Honorable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and that good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, I have received 2 communications from His Excellency the President. One is directly from him, and one is through the Attorney General and Minister of Justice. We'll start with the one directly from His Excellency the President, dated 7th July 2023, and it reads, Mr. Speaker, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the Constitution, I write to inform you that I'll be traveling outside the country in the afternoon of Saturday, 8th July 2023, to Guinea-Bissau at the invitation of His Excellency Umaru Sissoco Embaldo, President of Guinea-Bissau and current Chair of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government, to participate in the 63rd Ordinary Session of ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government, scheduled to be held in Bissau on Sunday, 9 July 2023 at 10 a.m. I will return to Ghana in the evening of the same day. During my absence, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, act in my stead. Yours sincerely, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. The second one, as I said, is delegated to the Attorney General, and it had to do with the reappointment of the Deputy Special Prosecutor, Ms. Cynthia Koshi Lamte, as Deputy Special Prosecutor. The letter from the Minister of Justice and Attorney General is dated 6th July 2023. It reads, The Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament of Ghana, Accra, dear Sir, reappointment of Ms. Cynthia Narcotics Lamte as Deputy Special Prosecutor. Respectfully, as you are aware, Ms. Cynthia Narcotics was appointed as Deputy Special Prosecutor pursuant to Section 16(2) of the Office of the Special Prosecutor Act 2017, Act 959, in May 2018 for a 5-year term which lapsed in May 2023. Whips, you have to do your duty. By a letter dated 5th June 2023, the President of the Republic, further to Article 1952 of the Constitution and Section 16(3) of Act 959, delegate to me his power to reappoint Ms. Cynthia Narcotics Lamte as the Deputy Special Prosecutor for another term. Please find attached a copy of the said letter. Consequently, I humbly nominate Ms. Cynthia Narcotics Lamte for appointment as Deputy Special Prosecutor, subject to the approval of Parliament. I enclose a copy of the curriculum vitae of Ms. Cynthia Narcotics Lamte for your kind attention. Please accept the assurances of my highest esteem, Godfrey Yebua Dami, the Attorney General and Minister for Justice. Honorable members, I will refer the nomination of Ms. Cynthia Narcotics Lamte to the Appointment Committee for processing for Parliament to give prior approval. As you know, the Supreme Court has already ruled in J.H. Mensah versus Attorney General that prior approval is a term of art. How that is given by Parliament is not within the presence or mandate of the court to determine. And we have applied that on a number of occasions, including the approval of ministers. You recall 1997, sorry, and also later in 1998. And so I will direct the Appointments Committee to be guided by those precedents and to expedite action on this matter, because her tenure has already expired. I am informed by the Special Prosecutor of the paucity of the number of staff in the office and the fact that they've taken on so many referrals which have been investigated and need attention. And so once again, I urge the Appointments Committee to expedite action in this matter. We will now move to item 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We will start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 11th July 2023. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Yes, page 4.
Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to seek your guidance on how the developments relating to our absence is consistently captured. I note that the votes and proceedings simply states that the following honorable members were absent. And then it proceeds to list the names of all of us on this side of the aisle. Mr. Speaker, we have indicated that anytime our colleagues appear before the courts, we will boycott proceedings. And yesterday's absence was a boycott. So I thought that that will be captured for the record. So it's not as though we just absented ourselves. Because I recall that the votes and proceedings has captured previously walkouts and boycotts. So I rise to seek your guidance on this matter so that, just for accuracy's sake, so the impression is not created that we just are absenting ourselves and are not working. At least there should be a line that the minority caucus boycotted proceedings, just for the accuracy of our records. Because in time past, that has been the case, and the table office has captured that accurately. So I'm wondering why that is not happening this time. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to seek your guidance in that direction. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the available. What is your title now?
Member of Parliament for Kankri Central. Sitting.
That's not your seat, but you are occupying a seat in the front row. So I want to know your title there. So I can refer to you as available what? Is it the whip or deputy majority leader or available what?
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
He's here to support me.
Majority deputy whip. You are coming to his aid, yes?
Yes, right, Honorable Speaker. He's here to support the leadership of the side. He is a member.
Why? Why are you harassing her?
There's nothing wrong with him coming to support the leaders, but he's supporting in what role? That's just what I want to mention. Is he supporting as the
available leader?
Available leader. Now, if he's the available leader, then you are under him, because you are deputy whip, and you know available leader is above deputy whip. So I recognize him as the available leader.
Speaker, may I then say that he is a deputy whip?
Well, practically, the Honourable Member of Parliament is there to support the majority deputy whip. That is how I will recognize him. So please, you may now have your say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the votes and proceedings of this House is regulated by the standing orders. And my colleague in his submission is seeking your guidance. Right from page 1, those members who were present in the House were marked present. Those who were absent were recorded as having been absent. And those who were absent with permission were recorded as members who were absent with permission, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, boycotts happen when members enter the chamber and sign as having attended upon the House. Sometimes members will come, sign in, and walk out. When the caucus is boycotted, they notify the Speaker. In this instance, members in their right, were absented themselves to solidarize with our colleague, which is within the right of the minority caucus. So, my brother from North Tongue asking for you to create a line stating that they were absent to accompany our colleague in court, I don't think has any place in our votes and proceedings. Once you are absent, you are absent. Thank you.
Right, Honourable Speaker.
Chief Whip, Minority.
Right, Honourable Speaker. On the day of the swearing-in of our colleague, for the second time, being the only person in history probably to have done that, our leader stated clearly that henceforth, until further notice, we were not going to be in the chamber when our colleagues are in court. We are going to go and support them. So that is on record. So I don't see the point of what my very good friend is making, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, we were not here. We boycotted on that particular day. So let that be the record. The record should reflect that.
Honourable members, they are seeking my guidance, not yours. I can permit you to also make some submissions to support me, to give the guidance, but you don't interrupt or heckle them when they are seeking my guidance. I know what the rules say. So please, you may continue with your submission. Yes.
I'm grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, there is an obvious constitutional reason why I'm raising this matter. We all know that under the Constitution are standing orders. If members absent themselves for a number of days, 15 sittings, your seat could be declared vacant by the Right Honourable Speaker. So my legitimate fear is that the way the records are being captured, it really could be inimical to our continuous membership of this House if we don't, Mr. Speaker, avert our minds to this. We have stated for the record that we are boycotting proceedings. Let that reflect. And yesterday the Honourable Patrick Boama saw us. We do come to Parliament. We do engage in other parliamentary duties. But we all know that in the parliamentary basket are available all kinds of tools to register dissent or to protest. You can boycott, you can stage a walkout, you can even absent yourself from voting. You can be here and decide to engage in a silent protest. They are all democratic tools available to members of parliament the world over. When we have exercised that democratic right, that constitutional right, we should not be punished for it. We should not be declared absent, for which after a number of days, if care is not taken, somebody may just bring an application and say that we have crossed the threshold and that our seat should be declared vacant. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not a matter to be taken lightly. There are constitutional implications, and that is why I raised the matter, especially as we have more boycotts in the offing, seeing that our colleagues on the other side remain belligerent and adamant, and they want to continue with their witch hunting. In that spirit, we would have to continue with our protest. So let the records capture what is going on. Our leader has served notice, so the record should be captured accurately, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful.
The last person I can see. Yes, Honourable.
Your son.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a clear difference between absence and boycott. Honourable Patrick Boama try to explain boycott to mean when you come to the chamber and then you leave. What dictionary defines boycott to mean that? What dictionary explains boycott to mean when you come to the chamber and then you leave the floor, it means you have boycotted this. That is not, look, last week our leader sent a notice that anytime any of our colleagues are going to court, we will boycott Parliament. How can all of us, the minority group, 137, be absent? Is that rational to you? Does that make sense to you? That all of us, 137, will be absent from coming to Parliament? We didn't come here for a reason. The leader was clear that we will boycott Parliament anytime any of our colleagues is going to court. So there is a reason why we were not on the floor. So the records must reflect that the minority group boycotted sitting yesterday, but it cannot be said that all of us were absent. If we say that we are absent, it means we didn't come to Parliament deliberately. But this one, we were not on the floor here for a reason. This is a tool the majority has used on a number of occasions. You remember last year when we did the budget and you left. It was time that you boycotted Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, we just want to plead with you to direct the table office to record that the minority group were absent. Minority group boycotted Parliament yesterday with a reason. And our reason for boycott is known to everybody in this country, including you, Mr. Speaker. You know why we were not on the floor. Because this was announced by our leader last week. So, Mr. Speaker, please, kindly give that directive so that we can proceed. Thank you very much.
Minister for Local Government.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are supposed to respectfully help you to manage the House and make things easier and straightforward, especially when we have other young people who come listen to us to understand what we do in the House. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to voting in the House, I'm not aware that, rather, Honorable Speaker, you accept when a leader of each side, that me as a leader of the minority and my people, we are voting no. And then when he says that, you record 137, no. Do we do that in this House? Me, Dr. Atuforse, me and as a minority leader, me and my people, we are voting no. Then you record 137 because he's the leader. Then that's it. That we take it. Do we do that in this House? So we don't vote individually. Mr. President, Mr. Right Honourable Speaker, we will represent constituencies. This morning, I have signed in front of the name of my constituency that I have attended Parliament. I'm here. And that's what we all do. So when people attend Parliament, they sign, it is recorded that they have attended Parliament to sitting. If they don't do it, they have absented themselves. If they have, prior to the sitting, given reason to Right Honourable Speaker, it is recorded they are absent with permission. If any individual, any honourable member does not write for permission, he is absent without permission. And we are treated individually as honourable members. It is not done as a practice that today The leader of parliament, I heard a press conference somewhere, I even have said in the house, that we will be absent tomorrow. Therefore, we are absent with permission, all of us. Very soon, a leader will write a letter or a form and say that all of us will be absent. Then you will list the names. That will not augur well for the house. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I don't think we should belabor this point. It is clear to us, and we should not allow you even to give it that burden at all. It's a straightforward matter. If people want to absent themselves from Parliament, they know what to do. If they want to come to Parliament, and once they are sitting in Parliament, they will walk out, they know what to do. But if they don't enter this chamber, and they are not sought permission from Right Honourable Speaker, they are absent and they are absent. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the Minister for Local Government and Rural Development, who has just spoken, should remember what happened in the 5th Parliament when me and you came here. The Speaker, at that time he was here. In the 5th Parliament, on the day we were taking the STS motion, you and the minority at that time boycotted Parliament. The then minority leader, who was Honourable Frederick Opariansa, alone, minority chief whip, who was Honourable Frederick Opariansa, alone, when you boycotted, he alone chose to be here. Mr. Speaker, when the time came for transaction of business and he rose on his feet, the then Speaker of Parliament pointed to him that when the minority leader, Honorable Oseche Mensah Bonsu, said the entire minority were not going to be part of the business, he did not say anything, and therefore that decision from the minority leader was binding on all of them, and he had no voice on the floor on that day. So if the Honorable Atufosin said it here that the entire minority were boycotting Parliament, Mr. Speaker, all of us are bounded by his word. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, if you go to our standing orders, clearly that position by him must be registered on the votes and proceedings. That yesterday the minority caucus boycotted proceedings on this floor. And Mr. Speaker, with permission, I refer you to Order 34. Order 34.1. The minutes of Parliament, votes and proceedings shall be a record of the attendance of members at each sitting. Mr. Speaker, the record of attendance of yesterday's sitting was that the minority boycotted and we were not here. And it must be reflected on the votes and proceedings. That is what Honorable Okujato is saying. Mr. Speaker, why should we belabor this? And Mr. Speaker, to proceed, the Honorable Kennedy Ohina Japan yesterday was in German North. He has been registered as present. Honorable Minister for Gender, when he was being looked for to lay a paper, he was nowhere to be found. Ministers who were absent and they could not lay their paper, and the majority leader laid their paper on their behalf, are registered as present. We who boycotted are registered as absent without permission. Mr. Speaker, we did not only boycott, we sought your leave and your permission to boycott, and therefore we must be registered as absent with permission. And the permission was that we boycotted. That was our reason for not being present. But if you say just absent, somebody take it and he said that we were not here. Mr. Speaker, I think you should ruling us out of order, and we only want our position to be recorded as absent, even with permission.
Yes, Deputy Majority Whip.
Where is it?
Right Honourable Speaker, just the House of Deputy Whip just mentioned a name of a few ministers that they were not here, that their names are in as present. I want him to understand, and we all know, that members come in, sign their name, and if they have other duties, they go out to perform. So the ministers he mentioned were here in the House and signed before leaving to perform other duties. Thank you.
Honourable members, my guidance has been sought by Honourable Ablakwa as to the fact that the minority members have been captured on pages 4 and 5 up to pages 6, 7, and 8 has been absent without permission. The other issues that your contributions have raised have to do with the definition of walkout and boycott. The last submission by the Deputy Minority Whip has raised a very serious matter of the fact that, from his knowledge, some members were not present yesterday, but they've been captured as being present. That's a very serious allegation and indictment on the officers of Parliament. Honourable members, on the issue of attendance, Article 97(1)(c) is very, very clear. Article 97(1)(c) says, a member of Parliament shall vacate his seat in Parliament. C, if he is absent without the permission in writing of the Speaker, and he is unable to offer a reasonable explanation to the Parliamentary Committee on Privileges from 15 sittings of a meeting of Parliament during any period that Parliament has been summoned to meet and continues to meet. The import of that article is to the effect that, yes, a member can choose not to attend the sittings of Parliament. A member, if he wants not to attend, but wants to be recorded as being absent because a permission has been granted, that permission has to be granted by the Speaker in writing. That is what guides attendance to the House. So you can choose to attend and you can choose not to attend. Now, when you choose not to attend, depending on your own action, you could be marked as absent, and that means without permission, or absent with permission. Now, the with permission means there's evidence, not oral, but in writing, that the Speaker has granted you that permission to be absent. And so the burden will now shift onto you as a group to show evidence that my good self has granted you permission to absent yourselves in writing, not verbal. We have two documents. One is the official report. The official report will definitely capture what the minority leader stated that day, that any time a colleague of yours is to attend court proceedings, you will solidarize with that colleague and you will be absent to participate with that colleague in the court proceedings. So the official report will capture that. Now, anytime you want to do so, if you want the permission in writing of the Speaker, you have to seek it. If you don't seek it and you don't have it, you will be recorded absent, and that is without permission. I cannot come and use any verbal language or words to grant you permission. It must be in writing. And so I think the table office is right in saying that you've been absent without permission. That is what our rules say. Now, walkout means you have attended sitting. And during the course of the proceedings, something might have cropped up that you totally disagree with. You will have made contributions yourself, but you want to draw the attention of the public, particularly the Ghanaian citizens, of your revulsion as to what took place on the floor of the House. So you walk out and go and address the public. In mature democracies, after that, you come back to continue the proceedings of the day. If you feel strongly and you want to continue, you don't return to the floor. That is a walkout. A boycott, you just don't attend the sitting. You boycott the business. It doesn't necessarily mean the whole day. No. The House, for example, could suspend sitting, and you know that the next item is something that you disagree with, and you can decide to boycott that item on the order paper. And that will be a boycott. That is not a walkout because you don't attend. You don't come and sit. When the matter is raised, then you walk out. That will be a walkout, not a boycott. In Ghana, we take representation in Parliament seriously. The attendance of parliamentary proceedings is taken seriously. Now we define it not to only include plenary sessions, but also to include committee meetings. And you know committee meetings is also part of plenary sessions, or other businesses of the House, which has compelled you to be even outside the presence of Parliament. But that should be on record. In the UK, for example, they rather take the representation of the electorate seriously. And so a member can decide not to come to plenary sessions for months. And there is no law that will disqualify the MP or say that the MP should be taken as having vacated his or her seat. They don't have that in their laws. But our constitution is very clear on this, which meant that we place a high premium on attendance in the House. That is why 15 sitting days, if you are absent, you are considered to have vacated your seat. But you have to be given the opportunity to appear before a committee, and in this case, Committee of Privileges, to explain why you've been absent continuously 15 days. And that explanation is usually what is sought by the Privileges Committee. We are not agreed as to whether the decision of the Privileges Committee is final or the matter has to be brought to the plenary session for debate and decision. You recall the outstanding matter involving the 3 other MPs, which has not yet been resolved by this House. I've called on leadership to let us handle the matter because as giving a ruling on it through experiential learning, not the technical meaning of the words in the Constitution, the purposeful meaning of the words is what I used, and I want it handled on the floor of this House. A matter referred by Parliament to a committee for deliberation and report, the committee is obliged to report to the House. I stand by it because when the report comes in, sometimes you are aware that there can be a minority position that could prevail on the floor of the House. And you recall that some years ago, as a minority leader, I was able to convince the House to disagree with the decision of a committee, and my decision was upheld by the House. So I speak from experience, not only in Ghana, other parliaments, where the Constitution wants the decision of the committee to be final, the Constitution says so. The only should report to the House for information, and that is the situation dealing with the Finance Committee and the Minister for Finance, where on emergency situation, the Minister could directly get in touch with the Committee on Finance for some withdrawals to be made, and then later on, the committee can report to the House about that activity or process. But it is not for us to take a decision. It was just for our information. So I think that the table office is right in recording you as absent without permission. As to the third issue of some members that are alleged to have absented themselves yesterday, but their names are recorded as being present, is a matter that will be investigated. We have to investigate it, and I've always been on the table office, and in this case now, the journals unit handle attendance. We have to investigate to see why, if what the allegation says is true, how come their names are recorded as being present yesterday? And that one will take action, and the sanctions will be applied. So I thank you for drawing the attention of the Speaker and the whole House to this matter. With this, I think we can now proceed. Anytime you want my permission in writing, please, you know what to do. Honorable Member, is it a new thing or?
Mr. Speaker, quite related. Mr. Speaker, with your ruling on this matter, how would the table office reconcile a situation where, for instance, I'm recorded to have been absent on the floor yesterday as a result of the boycott, but recorded as being present at committee sittings the same yesterday? I thank you.
Definitely, you will be deceiving yourself if you inform the whole world that you have boycotted attendance and you are going with your colleague to attend court proceedings, and then elude your colleagues and come back to attend a committee, that is betrayal. And that one, the party will have to take action, not the speaker. Yes.
As far as Speaker, the gentleman who just last spoke is a lawyer. And I think you've reminded him that under our criminal law, there is a charge called deceit of a public officer. And therefore, if you should veer into that realm, you know, you'll be in trouble. I'm so glad that Right Honourable Speaker is a lawyer too. And I'm so happy about your warning. The word deceit coming from an honourable member of Parliament is a huge matter. And today I'm gladdened. If some people believe that they will boycott Parliament and still get our recording, maybe we bring it to the Attorney General and we press charges, deceit of a public officer. I'm grateful to this honourable.
Thank you so much, Honorable Atachia. You know, there are some words a speaker cannot use. And so you may be able to use those words, but as a speaker, I have to hold the balance. Yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
The Speaker, for the record, the Honourable Member was not committing any crime. He simply was asking a hypothetical question that under those scenarios what happened. That's why he asked. He was not saying that he was in the committee. So he was not committing any crime.
Well, the rules are clear on what he just said. The rules are clear as to situations of hypothetical syllogism. Those who did logic will understand what I just said. Those of you who studied only Latin, you may not understand. But read the rules and you see there's a standing order on this matter. I will not say more again. Please, we'll go back to page 5. Page 6, page 7, is it page 7? Page 6.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
No. This is on the vote and proceedings.
Sorry? Page 7, page 8, page 9, page 9.
Well, Right Honourable Speaker, at page 9, the communication from His Excellency the President, the name of the President of Guinea-Bissau, His Excellency Umaru Sissoco Embalo. He spells his Sissoko with a C and not a K. So this being a House of Records, if the table office can correct it accordingly. Sissoko should be with a C and not a K. The President of Guinea-Bissau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Actually, my attention has not been drawn to the fact that this communication was read yesterday. I never referred it to the Deputy Speaker to read. I never did that. Please, table office, kindly take note. The communication from the President is very clear. It's a C, it's not a K. And I didn't make this referral. If not, I wouldn't have repeated it today. Page 10. Yes, please.
Our Speaker, on page 10, item 9B, annual statement by the Audit Committee of the State Interest and Government Authority. The interest should have an S at the end, not interest. Thank you.
Table office kindly take note. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 19th sitting dated Tuesday, 11 July 2023 are adopted as the true record of proceedings. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I want to crave your indulgence to seek your guidance on an issue that led to the boycott that you have clarified this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you have again demonstrated that you are a man of great parliamentary sagacity. And therefore, whenever there's an issue that bothers any of us, we seek clarification from you to enable us have a better appreciation of whatever the situation is. Mr. Speaker, the whole issue of boycott came as a result of the order from court that some of our colleagues should appear in court on daily basis. Mr. Speaker, Article 118.
Honorable Member, I think this is a premature ejaculation. Can we finish with votes and proceedings and official record? When we come to the appropriate time, then you can raise this issue and still refer to it. Yes, please. My son, Honorable Samson Ahi, is whispering. Honorable members, I have a copy each of a number of official reports dated 23rd March 2023, 28th March 2023, and 30th March 2023. We'll start with the 23rd March 2023. Any corrections? Honorable members, there being no correction, the official report of 23rd March 2023 are hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. We move on to 28th March 2023. Any corrections? Honorable members, there being no corrections, the official report of 28th March 2023 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings of that day. We take the final one, 30th March 2023. Any corrections? Honorable members, There being no corrections, the official report of 30th March 2023 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. We can now move on to the next item, and I will, before we take that, now allow the Honorable Eric Opoku to make his point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Article 118 provides that neither the Speaker nor a member of, nor the clerk in Parliament, nor the clerk to Parliament shall be compelled while attending Parliament to appear as a witness in any court or place out of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the order of the court that our colleagues, some of our colleagues, should appear on daily basis while Parliament will be session. Mr. Speaker, certainly, members who will have to go to court cannot make themselves available here to transact business. And as you rightly indicated this morning, sitting is very, very important. Attendance is very, very important in Parliament. And this is what the Constitution says. So it appears that nowadays, every day when Parliament is sitting, members are being called here, come to this court, come to that. I don't know whether this particular article is not being invoked to ensure that members attend to businesses of this House. Mr. Speaker, I recall when Honorable Abu Dhabi was asked to appear before the court, I was in this House. The arrangement then was that because of Article 118, the member has a responsibility to attend sittings of this House and cannot be going to court on daily basis. For that reason, the arrangement was that the member was going to appear in court only on Mondays.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, nowadays it's like every day some of our colleagues have to go to court, and that is the reason why we on the side of the minority said, if that is the case, then we cannot be here. If the law cannot work, then why should we be here? Then let's go out there and solidarize with our colleagues who are being persecuted unjustly because the law is being followed. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are seeking your guidance as the head of the legislature. And indeed, this is the house where all the laws are made. And with your experience, whether the true meaning of Article 118 can be enforced to ensure that members present themselves for the business of this House as required of them under the law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, we've had instances in this matter. I have gone through it a number of times myself. I recall the case of Honourable Dan Abu Dhabi, even before the other cases you just mentioned, the former member also for Wulensi. No, all these things came up before. The court then decided to exercise its discretion in favor of Parliament and accepted to only allow the members affected to attend court on the days that Parliament was not sitting, which was Monday. Now, currently, the court, in interpreting the provision you refer to, has made it abundantly clear to us, in the case of the Republic versus Mama Yarga and others, that Article 118 talks about, as you yourself read, witness. Witness. Now, it's not talking about a party to an action. It's talking about a witness. you can't be compelled to be a witness in such a case. And I think the High Court judge got it right. And that was during the time of the 7th Parliament. And so, no court can compel any of the persons mentioned in the article, that is the Speaker, a Member of Parliament, or Clerk to Parliament, to attend court sittings or any sitting of any tribunal out of Parliament as a witness. But if you are a party, definitely you don't fall under Article 118. And so, as I said, the earlier courts just exercised some discretion in favor of Parliament, and that is why they were allowed to only attend sitting on Mondays. But they could have been compelled to attend the court sitting any day, and it will be within the perimeters of the law for the court to do so. The case that we are dealing with has nothing to do with the MP involved. It has everything to do with his colleagues who are in the minority, who have opted, and it is your democratic right to do so. You have the right to do so. To attend sitting or not to attend sitting is within your rights. It's only a limit that has been given to the exercise of that right, and also how to exercise that right. And so if you follow the rules properly, you wouldn't have breached any law or provision. And so I guided you as to what to do in this matter. I don't need to go further. The court has exercised its duty, and I believe has interpreted the article rightly, and so we go with that. We are bound by that court decision, and that court decision too is right. So please, let's move on. I have to acknowledge the presence of some important guests at the public gallery. Because of the delay, I'm told that some had to move out of the gallery, but we were privileged to have the presence of the Municipal Director of Education, West Achim, leading the West Achim District Schools to attend the sitting of today. The West Achim schools from Lower West Achim, and the name of the Municipal Director of Education is Loretta Ekwa Ayisi. I don't know whether they are still present. Is Loretta present? Yes, please. Yes, please, you are most welcome. I don't have the number of those schools. I don't have the names of the schools. I'm informed that they are from West Achim District Schools. So I welcome all of you from West Achim to your house. And we are grateful that you take time to come and not just listen, but also see for yourself what takes place on the floor of the house. Most welcome and congratulations. Please, you may resume your seat. We also have the Amnesty International Ghana. Amnesty International Ghana, being led by the country director to attend today's proceedings. The name of the director is Genevieve No, it's not partition that they've written here. If the name is partition, then the person got it wrong. Genevieve Partition. Where is Genevieve? Yes. They are at the far end, just in front of me. Please kindly acknowledge their presence. You are most welcome, warmly welcome to see what takes. Acknowledge that you have also arrived. Yes, so there are 4 from Amnesty. You are most welcome. We also have KNUST SRC Parliamentary Council. KNUST SRC Parliamentary Council, led by Christopher Tufor, who is the SRC Speaker of Parliament in Tech. Christopher Tufor Amwako, SRC Speaker of Parliament in Tech. And that is located in Oforik Room in Kumasi. You are most welcome, and please, we are grateful that you've taken the opportunity to come and see and to hear for yourself what takes place on the floor. I'm sure as a speaker, you take home a lot of lessons from this. Congratulations for starting it at this early age. I'm sure in future, you'll be able to do better than we are doing. So you are most welcome. Experience is the best teacher, so it's a pleasure to have you here. Now, the last but not the least, we have the Adenta Community Kindergarten. They are here, led by the head teacher, Veronica Ajaku, and they are coming from Adenta constituency. Are you present? Well, unfortunately, I think our staff are taking them out to give them a tour. But on behalf of the House, I once again warmly welcome all of you to today's sitting. I hope and encourage you to come later, and other schools to also come and see what happens in Parliament. Honourable members, we may now move to item Do we take item 5 questions? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on order 72. Mr. Speaker, such leave. Mr. Speaker, I rise to raise a matter of urgent public importance. Mr. Speaker, it has to do with the leak tape making the public rounds. That has made it to the mainstream media. In fact, yesterday the Minister for Interior was actually confronted by the media, and he was forced to speak on this matter. Mr. Speaker, I bring this matter because the issues really borders on our democracy and a critical institution of ours, the Ghana Police Service and the head of the Ghana Police Service. Mr. Speaker, I raise them because this House must be interested in the authenticity or otherwise of those allegations that have been made on the leak tape. Mr. Speaker, on those leak tape, the allegations that the IGP, Mr. Dampari, failed to be complicit in the Ascendant election, and those who were discussing it.
Your colleague is on his feet, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I respectfully refer you to the same provisions, Standing Order 72, that by the indulgence of the House, 1, a leave of Mr. Speaker, a member may, at the time appointed for statement, under Order 53, Order Business, explain a matter of personal nature or make a statement on a matter of urgent public importance. Mr. Speaker, my application is that any statement, other statement, Mr. Speaker, that may not apply here, but that is not relevant in this. But the honourable member caught your eye and hasn't even obtained your leave, let alone to continue to make that statement. And secondly, this statement, Mr. Speaker, that he is sick, I don't want to go into it, but I want him to properly make his application, obtain your leave, then we can go into what he seeks to put before him. No.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after you adjourned the House yesterday, I went out and I was confronted by the press, and certain allegations were made, and I responded to them. Mr. Speaker, this House has the right and this appropriate procedure to summon me if they want any answers. By
the honourable minister,
yes,
he hasn't yet submitted the statement. In fact,
all right, okay.
I am guided by Order 53(1), Order of Business, and having varied the Order of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time that the matters being raised will be raised is yet not up. I will definitely give him the opportunity to raise it, because this one is members. If you look at the Order of Business on Order 53(1), he is entitled to make such a statement. But in the Order of Business, we haven't gotten to that item yet. So when we get to that item, I will definitely give you the permission to raise the issue, and the members can now make comments. Like the minister himself is present, he can make a comment on it. But we haven't reached that yet. So please, let's go according to the Order of the Business and being prevailed upon to vary the Order of Business, which I haven't done yet. Yes, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I kindly want you to vary the order of business for us to take item 8, which is motion, on page 7 of the order paper. So that's item number 15 on page 7.
Yes, Honourable Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the application is for us to jump from item 4 straight to item 8. Mr. Speaker, I vehemently disagree. Mr. Speaker, I disagree on the basis that the Honourable Ama Kofibua had sought your leave to come under Order 72 and to make application under item 6 to bring to your attention a matter of public importance. Mr. Speaker, I think at the minimum the Honourable Ama Kofibua should be given the opportunity to come under item 6 to raise the issue of public importance before we move to item 8. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sure you heard what I said. When you go through Order 53(1), you come to questions to ministers and other members before statements. Yes. And I had moved to questions to ministers. And there was no effort by anybody to seek my leave to vary the order of business. And so I said it was too early, since I haven't done that. So the first thing is to vary the order of business to enable him to come under the K, which deals with statements. But now we are at F. Until that is done, I cannot give him the permission. So if you want to move for me to vary the order of business, you may do so. What she did is to move for me to vary the order of business, which I will grant, but your objection now is that we should not take public business, but we should still continue with private business, even though the order is varied. See? And so, if members, because your indulgence is also being sought, will indulge, we can take the statements and then we go to take the motions for, we agreed on 2 bills. No, 2 motions. One, the Minister for Interior on the Narcotics Control Amendment Bill, and the second one on the standing orders. That was what we agreed on at conclave, and then we now go to questions. That is the guidance I was given by leaders. Can we continue with that? Yes, please.
Speaker, with your leave, the ministers have cabinet this, in fact, it is actually this morning, but they've been waiting to take the question, to also move the motion to continue with government business. So with your leave, vary and go by that order, it will be appreciated. Thank you.
Sophie, you can always raise it.
They are going for cabinet.
Now you are dealing with 2 ministers.
Yes, please.
One is to answer questions. The other is to move a motion on the, I think, consideration stage of a bill. So which one do you want to start?
So, Right Honourable Speaker, let's go to the motion on page 7. After that, we do the questions and we continue with other business. Thank you.
Right Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Amako Fibua, the Deputy Minority Leader, was on his feet. Mr. Speaker, the matter he's raising is a matter of urgent public importance. It is going to be extremely brief. Mr. Speaker, it is only right or fair on his part to be given opportunity before we move to item 8. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleague to rather vary the order of business, and then for us to take item 7, for the Honourable Amako Fibua to come under Order 72 and to make a statement of public importance. Mr. Speaker, it's going to be very brief. Then we can move on to item 8. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, we will take only item 15, and then item 15 is just to put the question. Then after that, we'll take the statements from the Deputy Minority Leader before we move to the questions. Item 15 is question to be put, because it's been debated and then we just have question to be put. Yes, Honorable Haruna Idrisu.
Speaker, I'm minded to indulge you if you can allow for, I know that it was at the matter of putting the question, but having perused the Supreme Court ruling on this important matter, Mr. Speaker, if it will please you to allow for one or two other comments before you put the question. I'm interested in making some contribution, which I believe is constitutional, just to draw attention to some matter which may guide us tomorrow in exercising our legislative mandate. If I can indulge you, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honorable members, debate on this matter was concluded yesterday. If I exercise my discretion in your favor, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, I'll be opening the flood gates for so many things to come in. I'm not sure it will be a good precedent to follow. So I will continue with what we have, and I want to put the question so that when we come to a consideration stage on this matter, you may chip in some of the issues you want to raise. Yes, please.
Well, Speaker, I won't belabor the matter, but just before you put the question, and that is why I sought your leave in the judgment, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not seeking to debate, in the judgment on this matter of narcotics, the Supreme Court...
Honorable Member, you are out of order. You are out of order. Please, item 15, motion that the Narcotics Control Commission Amendment Bill 2023 be now read a second time. Please. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I move that the amendment be now read a second time. Second reading. You're taking it easy.
Now, the debate was concluded yesterday, and so I put the question. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now, we may... Yes, please, read.
An act to amend the Narcotics Control Commission Act 2020, Act 1019, to substitute Section 43 to empower the minister to grant licenses for the cultivation of cannabis, which has not more than 0.3% THC content on a dry weight basis for industrial purposes, for obtaining fiber or seed, or for medicinal purposes.
Honorable members, the Narcotics Control Commission Amendment Bill is deemed to have been read the second time. Now I will allow the Deputy Minority Leader to make the statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier I had risen on Order 72, Mr. Speaker, to raise a matter of urgent public importance. Mr. Speaker, it had to do with a leak tape making the rounds. Mr. Speaker, it has gone to the mainstream media, and as I stated, the Minister himself has confirmed that yesterday he was ambushed and he was forced to speak to the issue. Mr. Speaker, in that leak tape, and the reason why it's important, borders on two very important things. A critical institution which is the Ghana Police Service, and the head, which is the IGP, and the stability of our country and our democracy. In the said leak tape, Mr. Speaker, alleged leak tape, there were purported senior members of the MPP who had met allegedly a senior police officer discussing the Assin election, the role of the IGP, and how he did not lead the effort in allowing the MPP.
Yes. Just a minute. Hold on. Yes, Minister for Interior.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member started by quoting me allegedly as having confirmed. I confirmed nothing. I haven't confirmed anything. I made it clear that there was not going to be any sacking of the IGP, and he was satisfied with his job. Full stop. Mr. Speaker, I haven't confirmed anything. And that is why we should go by an orderly manner. If you want to bring an urgent question, I'll come and deal with it. What are you trying to...
Honorable Minister, I think your attention was distracted by your colleague who was by you. What he referred to as having been confirmed is the fact that he was raising an issue. He was raising the issue as a statement, and that what you said just confirmed that there was such a matter which he was raising. Please, your statement this morning, he raised it and I had to ask him to resume his seat. You were commenting on what he was trying to say. So we're saying that the comments that you made has confirmed the issue that he was trying to raise. Not that you confirmed that it happened, but what he wanted to raise is what you also spoke about. That is all what he meant when he used the word confirm.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you should put it well, because I only said that yesterday I was asked questions and I answered them straight away about sacking and not being satisfied with the IGP, and I answered that. Confirmed, nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think
yes, go on,
I think the minister was not listening to me. Mr. Speaker, it was very clear. The only point I made about the minister was that the media asked him questions related to exactly the topic I'm talking about. I did not say that he confirmed whether there was any truth to it, but he spoke to the issue. And that's the point I'm making. But Mr. Speaker, the real important point is that when there's a leak tape, there's issues around the leak tape has to do with the IGP, the sitting IGP, and the attempt to remove him, and the issues about 2024 election, and what must be done to make sure that a new IGP is put in place who will collude with a sitting government to get a certain outcome. That must concern this parliament. It borders on the security and the stability of our country. And it's very important that the minister is here, that this house, and I'm happy he's here, that this house wants to know who are those involved, what is the authenticity of that leak tape. We need to find out, and I think all I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, is that we ask the Minister of State, who is responsible for this sector, to look into the matter and to find out the truth in this matter and advise this house. And Mr. Speaker, that is all I'm asking. So, Mr. Speaker, that is my
well, Honourable Member, you made your statement under Order 72, the second leg, which says, make a statement on a matter of urgent public importance. Now, the same order permits others to comment on it. And so I'm going to allow members to comment on the statement you've made. It's only your personal statement they can comment on, but on this one they can comment on it. Yes, Minister for Interior.
Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that when you adjourned the House yesterday, I went out and I was confronted by a number of journalists. who said that there was an allegation that the IGP was going to be sacked. That was the question. And that there were certain pieces of information on social media. And I told them right away that it is not true that the IGP is going to be sacked. Then there was a question to me. If I was satisfied with the performance of the IGP. Yes, I was satisfied question of the IGP. Then they asked me again that there's an allegation that the police have become a killing squad and that they've killed people but you're not arrested. And I told them the police is not a killing squad and that we are professional and we only fire back when we are fired on. Then they said, what do I say about things on the social media? And I said, I would only be interested if it is a matter that relates to crime. But I hadn't seen the details of whatever they're saying. And that, are there any plans to rig the election? I told them that Mr. President will not stay even an hour longer than his term, and that the government assures that there will be free and fair election in 2024. Full stop. These other details that he's talking about. And in fact, in my telling them that I was impressed about the IGP's performance, I urged them to consider the performance of the IGP so far in by-elections. And that his performance has ensured that we have had peaceful elections, which peaceful and credible elections have been acknowledged by the other side. And so, as far as I'm concerned, the IGP has performed well. Mr. Speaker, so to come in and be bringing material that I did not comment on is totally out of question. In any case, Mr. Speaker, I am here as the Minister for the Interior, and this House has the right to exercise its powers to let me come and answer questions or otherwise. But I will not allow anybody to impute into these statements that are made things that I did not know of or did not comment on. I've made it clear that there is no problem with the IGP. So what is committee about? I also added, Mr. Speaker, that this IGP has made sure that anytime anything happens, there are investigations into that matter. Even if it's a successful operation, they do an investigation to make sure that everything went according to the tenets of the professional matter. And so, Mr. Speaker, the point is, I did not address any allegation of, so Mr. Speaker, what they are bringing in, they cannot have a statement from me until they have stated precisely the issues and allegations they want me to address, then I'll address them. And the way to do it is for him to state in an urgent question and I answer him, or even invite me to the Parliamentary Committee of Defense and Interior and I'll address them. But Mr. Speaker, let nobody say that there was an issue about election in North. As far as I'm concerned, the IGP is performing well. He is not to be sacked, and that is what I told the whole world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
After that, Mr. Speaker, having listened carefully to the responses the Minister of the Interior gave when he had that media encounter yesterday, it seems to me that the real issues embedded in the leaked audio have been brushed aside. Mr. Speaker, the real issue we should engage the attention of this House and Ghanaians is the conspiracy to undermine the sovereign will of the people of this country in the upcoming elections 2024. In the audio, it was very clear.
And we will resist it.
They stated, the voices stated categorically that if this current IGP remains at post, then the current MPP government should consider the upcoming elections 2024 lost. And so, Mr. Speaker, what does that tell you? It simply means that attempts are being made to dislodge the current IGP so that they can have an IGP who is pliant, who would visit violence on the day of the elections on innocent Ghanaians with a view to subverting the will of the electorate. These are matters that need to be thoroughly investigated, Mr. Speaker. And so, when the minority deputy leader made the statement, I think he was spot on. What he's seeking to achieve is to get this House to thoroughly investigate the matter. What even compounds the matter is that a commissioner of police, a serving commissioner of police, is suspected to be at the center of this whole saga, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Techiman, Mr. Speaker, what makes the audio even more frightening is that in 2020 elections, the Techiman North constituency witnessed violence. People were shot at and killed. The outcome was that Techiman South, the outcome was that we on this side of the divide believe that but for those shootings, but for those killings, the Techiman South seat would have been declared in the favor of the NDC. And so when you hear senior police officers involved in a conspiracy to rig the upcoming elections, Mr. Speaker, it should be a matter that should engage the attention of this House. And we're saying that Mr. Speaker makes appropriate directives so that this matter can be gone into and the veracity or otherwise of the audio authenticated. And if it is authenticated, those behind this whole thing should be punished. They should be prosecuted to serve as a deterrent. Anybody who attempts to topple the current constitutional order, has committed treason or is about to commit treason and ought to be dealt with as such. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for...
Yes. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, let me put it on record that no IGP, no serving military officer can determine an election in this country. Mr. Speaker, there is one person. President Rawlings had the IGP and serving security officers and lost to the MPP. President Kufuor had appointed an IGP and other security officers, and the MPP lost to the NDC. So, President Mahama had 7 officers, an IGP and 7 security officers, and the NDC lost. So there's nothing about an interference by an IGP to cost any party an election. Mr. Speaker, there are clear rules in this House where a committee set out by this House can look into such matters. And I believe that if there is any apprehension on the other side, the Defense and Interior Committee is seized with every power to look into it. I don't want to believe that a leak tape where we don't know the source We don't even, we cannot even predict. We cannot even predict.
If they didn't put it
We
down
cannot
there.
even predict the identity of those in the tape, as we said, because the maker of the statement said it's an alleged tape. So until such a time that is determined, you cannot jump into such a conclusion and state that they are using that to undermine the sovereign will of the people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Haruna Idrisu.
Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity. The Deputy Leader, the Honorable Kofi Amabua, Mr. Speaker, have sought your indulgence to come under our standing orders on a matter of urgent public importance. And Mr. Speaker, as I have listened to him and my colleagues, particularly the Honorable Minister for Interior and the Honorable Patrick Buama, Mr. Speaker, it's a truism that there is a leaked tape, which leaked tape contains matters relating to the conduct of the Inspector General of Police and efforts and attempts at a conspiracy to seek his removal on the basis of those allegations in that tape. Mr. Speaker, the primary duty and responsibility of the President, and by extension to the Minister of Interior, is the safety and security of its citizens, which is vested rightly in the hands of the Inspector General of Police. And by extension to preserve our democracy. And Mr. Speaker, we collectively want to preserve this democracy. So what the Deputy Leader is seeking is that the Honorable Minister, this House, must take interest in conducting a thorough forensic audit into the leaked tape. Mr. Speaker, in order to establish the veracity or otherwise of what is contained in that tape. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, to preserve the professional integrity of the Inspector General of Police and to protect him thereon. And probably, Mr. Speaker, when we probe it and we are satisfied, we may even decide that going forward in this country, this is the way we want an IGP to be determined or appointed. Ghana, we don't have the Independent Police Commission. Even when they themselves do wrong, they preside over their own matter. We probably, Mr. Speaker, as a consequence, if you authorize this investigation, we may decide that tomorrow, in the appointment of an Inspector General of Police, let a new approach. With that, you can amend the Constitution. We can decide not to vest it in the present. It can be in the hands, as is done in many other countries, in order. But Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't have reasoned until I heard Honorable Patrick Buama that the Honorable Amabua in speaking, they cannot even identify. That makes his case even more important. Because the identity of the persons are not known, it is only through such forensic thorough audit you would establish those behind it. And Mr. Speaker, we do so not just for the professional integrity of the IGP and to preserve and protect him and empower him to ensure that elections in this country, even tomorrow, are conducted in a manner. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you have always taught us that the word free and fair have constitutional meaning. When the Constitution says that elections shall be conducted in a manner which is free. Free from what? Free from fear, free from intimidation, free from influence. It has a meaning. So free and then fair. So Mr. Speaker, to preserve our democracy and to protect the professional integrity of the Inspector General of Police and to appreciate what Dampari is doing in preserving this, we are requesting for a parliamentary inquiry into this matter. I so submit this.
Mr. Speaker, based this Mr. Speaker, I have no problem with the investigation.
Honorable Minister for Interior, please resume your seat. Yes, Honorable Minister for Local Government.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, rightly so, Order 72, Deputy Minority Leader has made a statement, and you are allowed to make comments. Honorable Speaker, it's your bosom to give the ruling on this. But it's also important that statements that have made after the Deputy Minority Leader spoke, we do not create the impression that Inspector Generals of Police, their conduct or misconduct determine the outcome of an election. We can still talk about general security in the country, but especially in reference to Honorable Agaga's statement and reference to Techimai and others, insecurity anywhere and under any circumstance should be condemned. But impression should not be created that an appointment of a particular IGP of a ruling government determines the outcome of an election. It doesn't support it. There's nothing that supports it. And so it's important that if you are saying there's a tape, whether it should be investigated or not, Honorable Speaker, I have no problem, it's in your bosom. But to go ahead and comment on it and create the impression that a particular IGP in place determines the outcome of election is wrong. Because we can cite examples. We can cite examples. When in 1997, there was a delayed election at Fija Kwabre, when NDC at that time had 133 seats. And we remember the state we had in this country. The NDC still went ahead and lost that election. In spite of all the violence, a certain member of parliament, Honorable the late S.O. Dako, MP for Medina, was slapped. But yet we went ahead and won the election. In 1999, under the venerable IGP, the late Peter Nafori, here, Abekuma Central, we all know what happened. And in the 2000 election, agents of New Patriotic Party, who by law had been sent to voter region, they were arrested, put in buses, and brought to police headquarters. Police headquarters in 2000. I was the general secretary, and I was at the police headquarters at 1 a.m. At 1 a.m. And we had to deal with the late IGP Peter Nafuri. In spite of all that, we went ahead and won the elections. So to get the impression that an IGP can do something extraordinarily wonderful to assist a party to win election is wrong. If there's a tape I want it to be investigated, I in principle have no problem. But to go ahead and give the impression that a particular IGP presence or not, or whether his office or not, will determine the outcome of election is wrong. It's not going to stop NDC in losing 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may I? Investigation of the tape.
Honorable Minister, I will give you opportunity, but not now.
I have to go.
Not now. I'll give you.
Investigating the tape.
Minister for Interior. Wait. Honorable Eric Opoku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we in this country have chosen the path of democracy as the best means of meeting the aspirations and hopes of our people. Over the years, we have seen democracy as the best for this country. And Mr. Speaker, anything that will affect democratic consolidation in this country must be seriously looked at. The contents of the tape in circulation is a clear indication of people plotting to undermine the democracy of our country. Mr. Speaker, it is surprising that our colleagues on the other side are not concerned about the consolidation of our democracy. If we do care, this is a matter of serious concern that all of us in this house must be interested in ensuring that those behind this tape are exposed and dealt with, so that this thing can never happen in this country. I'm surprised that we are arguing over this. It's a matter that all of us must speak with one voice. Mr. Speaker, we recollect the infamous Ayawaso incident. People masqueraded as policemen and violently destroyed the by-election, which led to the NDC withdrawing from that election, and the results went in favor of the NPP. So if anybody is saying that the police cannot be used to influence elections, the person is lying, Mr. Speaker. The police can be used to influence elections in our country, and we are aware of what happened in our send-off. Mr. Speaker, in our send-off, the police maintain serene atmosphere, very peaceful atmosphere for every voter to cast his or her vote without any form of intimidation. And the result that came was acceptable to both sides. Mr. Speaker, here's the case. Somebody is speaking, and at the center of the audio, somebody is heard as a commissioner of police talking about how they can put in place mechanisms to get rid of this IGP and then install a new one, so that the process leading to elections in 2024 can be influenced. Mr. Speaker, this is a clear threat to undermine elections in this country. And this is the house of democracy. We are the Democrats. This is the house of democracy. We want to protect the democracy we are enjoying today for the upcoming generation. And we are only asking for investigations. Nothing more than investigations. So that we can expose, we can know those people behind it. If you are not behind it, why are you worried? If you are not behind it, why are you worried? Assist us. Agree that we investigate into this matter, and just investigation, you want to impede investigation. What are you hiding? What are you people hiding? What are you hiding? Mr. Speaker, we just want investigation. They should agree that we investigate into this matter to discover those involved, all those behind. Mr. Speaker, we will not allow anybody to destroy our democracy. And so we are pleading with you, Mr. Speaker. You are the head of the legislature. We are all elected representatives of the people. Which we cannot be here. And Mr. Speaker, without elections, there wouldn't be any parliament for you to chair. And that's why we are saying that we are interested in our democracy. And so, Mr. Speaker, just allow this house to set up a committee to probe into the matter, so that whoever is behind that audio will be exposed and dealt with, so that we can protect the democracy that we are enjoying. And this important, you disagree. Are you not the people behind it? Why are you running away? And so, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable members, I'll give opportunity to the Minister of Interior. After that, I'll give my ruling. Yes, we've had enough.
Thank you.
We've had. The minister is going to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please, if I give you the opportunity, then I have to give them the opportunity. Please,
yes.
Let's get this clarified. If I give you opportunity, then one of them will also have to have before the minister. Now, I'm aware, honorable member, please, honorable minister, lands and forestry. I'm aware cabinet is having a meeting now. I don't say because cabinet is having a meeting that should be given more preference or priority than the proceedings of Parliament. But I'm aware wrong information from this House got to the executive, and they had agreed to fix the submission of budget review and supplementary budget on the 27th of this month. I drew the attention of the executive to the fact that Parliament is rising on the 3rd. And so if you submit such a budget on the 27th, that will be too late. It will be too late for the consideration of the House. So they had to revise the timetable, and I said the latest that the budget could be submitted is the 25th of this month, 25th. So they were compelled to call a cabinet meeting for today instead of tomorrow, even though there are other reasons. But this is one of the reasons. And the ministers are to be present for some of the discussions. Now, the issue that has been raised deals with ministers. And we are having the Minister of Interior present. And it's a subject matter under his jurisdiction. And so it's proper we give him the opportunity to make the statement. At least, I think that he had the opportunity, but some comments have been made. He wants to reply or respond to them. So let's listen to the Minister of Interior.
Let me state clearly that as Minister for the Interior, it is my duty to make sure that there is peace and security in the country. And therefore, investigating any piece of information, I have no problem with it in principle. At all. Was being done in this house was trying to link allegations that are not yet investigated to election. I said, no, that is not it. So investigating the tapes, I have no difficulty. I have no difficulty in investigating the tapes. But I need to put it in context. That number one, the government is committed to free and fair election 2024. The government has no plan to sack IGP, and please, and we are sure that nothing will be allowed to disturb the peace from now until 2024. So, Mr. Speaker, to investigate the leaked stuff, I have no problem with it, provided you are not linking it the way they are linking it. And even going on to say that we are behind the tapes. Most unfortunate. So, Mr. Speaker, investigating statements on media, leaks, statements, anything that has the tendency to destroy the peace and security, I am for it. And let nobody go away thinking otherwise, except to say that they were making statements, presumptions that try to link it to elections. And I said that I don't want it to be linked. But yes, let every citizen in this country know that anything that appears on the social media, and a number of them have called on issues like that, we have investigated them. So in principle, to investigate social media leakages as far as it concerns security, I have no problem with it. And that's why when Honorable Idrisu spoke, his position was clearly linked to security. I agree with that. And so, Mr. Speaker, let it be on record that the Interior and the government will investigate anything that is going to cause any fear, that is going to cause any panic, that is going to disturb the peace one way or the other. But let it not be said that the president planning to remove IGP. When I know it's not true, it's my duty to put out there, it is not true. And we are satisfied with the performance of that. Subject to those, I have no difficulty in an investigation of the leaked material at all.
Honorable members, having regard to the state of business in the House, I direct that sittings be held outside the prescribed period. Honorable members, I've listened to you. I think more questions have been raised than answers. There's the need for an investigation. But going by the standing orders, I have to give proper direction as to the nature, the type of investigation. And so going by the same standing order 72, the last sentence says, the terms of proposed statement shall first be submitted to Mr. Speaker. So I will urge the maker of the urgent statement to submit in writing the terms of the proposed statement which he just gave us notice. This will guide me to give the direction as to how the investigation or inquiry will be conducted by the appropriate committee of the House. And so I direct that a statement be submitted in writing to me to assist me perform my duties. Thank you so much, honorable members. We may now move to questions. I'm aware the Minister for Lands and Forestry and then one other member submitted statements. So we have 2 statements to take. So you want us to take questions, then we go to the statements. Okay, questions. Questions. Honorable members, item 5. We are now out of public business. We have gone back to private parliamentary business. Item 5, questions. Question number 1506, standing in the name of the honorable member for Yilo Krobo, Mr. Albert Tete Nyakote. Honorable member, you may ask your question now. Please, Minister for Local Government and Rural Development, take your appropriate seat. Yes, honorable member.
Right, honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development when Yilo Krobo will benefit from the government's policy of building modern markets.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, in collaboration with the Ministries of Finance and Trade and Industry, initiated the process to construct modern markets with modern improved facilities, including crèche, clinic, lorry parks, storage facilities, police and fire service posts. The project was to be piloted in 6 MMDAs, namely Accra Metropolitan, Tamale Metropolitan Authority, Yellow Krobo Municipal, Asohemampo Municipal, Nkwana South Municipal, and Upper Menya Krobo districts. Currently, feasibility studies have been conducted and the project is in 4 instead of the initial 6 MMDAs. This, unfortunately, excludes Yellow Krobo and AMA. Mr. Speaker, it is worth mentioning that the modern market was not a separate scheme with dedicated funding. It is a concept that seeks to ensure that markets in Ghana have key features and facilities. all metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies can initiate the construction of markets with the piloted model within their jurisdiction, discretionary funding sources, or through the public-private partnerships arrangement in line with the PPP Act 2020, Act 1039. Mr. Speaker, Yellow Cobalt District Assembly may therefore on its own initiate and provide model markets within their medium-term development plan and budget, since the concept of the model market was to be independently adopted, implemented, and owned by the assemblies and not the central government. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Any supplementary question? Yes, Honourable Member.
Right Honourable Speaker. The Honourable Minister indicated in his response that Yilo was initially
Honourable
selected.
Member, the second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. I'll be back. I'll be back. We have some bills to deal with, so I'll come back to support him.
Yes. Honourable Member, you may continue.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister indicated in his response that Yilo was initially selected as one of the MMDAs to benefit from the pilot project to construct modern markets. The people of Yilo want to know from the Minister why Yilo was later excluded from this laudable project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, as indicated in the answer, this was a pilot project, just that they could not pilot it in all the 6 districts. They could do it in only the 4. I may want to hazard a guess that is due to funding. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Honourable, last chance.
Yeah, final question, Mr. Speaker. Yilo Krobo has 3 major markets in Agogo, in Krakai, and Somania. Considering the very deplorable state of these markets, would the Minister consider a collaboration with the Assembly and with some support from the MP to rehabilitate the Agogo market? I know he knows the Agogo market very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Member can be assured that beyond what the Assembly should do by itself, by being part of their medium-term development program, any support that can be given to Yellow Krobo, as the member knows, that Yellow Krobo is not only a neighboring constituency to that of Okre, and that we share many things in common. If there's any support that can be given to Yellow Krobo in upgrading or supporting the markets that he has mentioned, we will gladly do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Let's now turn to question 1507. 1507. The question stands in the name of a member for Gomoa East, Honourable Desmond de Graft Petu. Yes, Honourable, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development what plans the ministry has to elevate district to municipal or metropolitan status, taking into consideration the recent rise in population as per the figure given by the Ghana Statistics Service. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, may I crave your indulgence on page, well, I have the addendum, other paper addendum, which provide the answers to the question. Question 1507. Honorable Speaker, on line 4, I crave your indulgence for correction. The word there is geographical contiguity, not continuity. That's as captured in the law. Thank you. Right, Honorable Speaker. The Local Governance Act 2016 Act 936 clearly provides in section 1, subsection 4A and B, that the size of the population of an area is not the sole determinant for the creation or elevation, but the geographical contiguity and economic viability of the area, namely the ability of the area to provide a basic infrastructure and developmental needs from the monetary and any other resources generated in the area also taken into consideration. On the basis of the above, the ministry does not elevate districts based on the population figures given by the Ghana Statistical Service only. And rather, Mr. Speaker, may I also add that by the Act, Mr. President refers some of these requests to the Electoral Commission for guidance. However, other indicators, each of the geographical contiguity and economic viability of the districts before initiating any process for the elevation of districts. Mr. Speaker, the district-specific report on the 2021 population and housing census that is expected to inform us on the socio-economic and demographic analysis of each district is yet to be published by the Ghana Statistical Service. Nonetheless, the ministry has taken cognizance of the rising population sizes as per the figures reported by the GSS, and some proposals received are being reviewed for further action. I may want to add, Right Honourable Speaker, that on a recent visit by His Excellency the President to Gomwa East, the chiefs and people made this request, and Mr. President has referred it for consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable P2, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, per your answers highlighted or provided in the other paper, you made mention before a district will be elevated, certain importance need to be considered. 1, geographical area, economic viability, ability of the area to provide basic infrastructure development needed, and the ability to generate monetary and any other resources. I want to find out from you, Minister, if you have any plans to consider the elevation of Gomwa East District to any other municipal or metropolitans, since it meets all the criteria, the answers provided in the other paper, with a population of 308,697. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as you said, in Act 936, Local Governance Act, subsection 1, it reads that for the purposes of local governance, the districts in existence immediately before the commencement of the Act shall continue to exist. 1, 2, the President may by executive instrument declare an area within the country to be a district and assign a name to the district. 3, the President shall, in the exercise of the power under paragraph A of subsection 2, direct the Electoral Commission to make appropriate recommendations. It is after Mr. President has directed that the Electoral Commission shall, before making recommendations to the President, consider
the factors that earlier on enumerated. So, as I have just intimated, the chiefs and people, when we visited Gomwa East, did make such a request. They have followed up, and it has received the attention of Mr. President, but it will have to go through the constitutional process when the advice of the Electoral Commission is sought. So the member can be assured that it's receiving the needed attention. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Peter, let me give you the last opportunity to ask any supplementary
Thank
question.
you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I want to find out from you, when will the district-specific report on the socioeconomic and demographic analysis of each district be published by the Ghana Statistics Service? When? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, if you are minded to respond.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Based on this question, we try to reach Statistical Service for that. But it's for the Ghana Statistical Service to determine that. So we'll make contact and find out when they will do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Let's turn to Honorable Nelson Roxon Iche Kwame Dafiamapo, a member for South Dai, on question 1508. Honorable Iche, you have the floor now.
Speaker, gratitude. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, when the courthouse approved under the 90 new courthouses being built for the judiciary will commence in Pebe in the Southern constituency. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry will consult the Judicial Service Council to determine whether Southern will benefit from the new courthouses, because it is the Judicial Service Council who will give us the indication where they want to build these courthouses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Member, any supplementary question?
Speaker, that is so. Speaker, I am aware that the courthouses are built based upon applications from the various districts. And we have put in an application for one of such facilities. And so he, being the ministry in charge of the construction, I am aware that phase 1 is about being completed. They will move to phase 2 under the 90 courthouses being built. That is why I'm very anxious. And that I know that he's aware of the number of districts that will benefit under the phase 2. But not knowing, he has not been able to obtain that information. So, Mr. Speaker, I will assist him by reminding the Judicial Secretary regarding our pending application for the courthouse and give him a feedback. I thank you.
Very well. So we turn to question 1629. 1629. And the question stands in the name of a member for Bulsa South, Dr. Clement Abbas Apak. Doc, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development the steps being taken to ensure transparency in the local administration of the share of the District Assembly's Common Fund earmarked for persons with disabilities.
Yes, Honorable Minister. This man is championing disabilities. So I'm not surprised that he's asking questions for and on behalf of people with disabilities.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, to say that this is the first time I'm taking note of the fact that Abbas is part of the honorable member's name. That be it as it may. That honorable Speaker, the ministry's commitment to ensuring transparency in the disbursement of the persons with disability component of the District Assembly Common Fund has been demonstrated through the following efforts. Allocation of DACF to persons with disability started in 2005 without guidelines for disbursement, and that posed some difficulties with regards to transparency and accountability. As part of efforts to mitigate this, stakeholders met and agreed on guidelines which have been implemented for the past 8 years. Following that, the ministry, through the Office of the Administrator of the District Assembly Common Fund in 2018, issued a disability funds disbursement guidelines, which is reviewed annually. Mr. Speaker, the 2022 approved 3% rate of the allocation of the District Assembly Common Fund disbursement to persons with disability at MMDA's level was to be applied as per the guidelines as follows. Out of the total DACF allocation made to MMDAs, 75% for the provision of disability programs or activities and skills development, as well as provision of equipment and funding for microeconomic activities, whereas the remaining 25% was to be expended on infrastructure projects. That is, workshops to deliver skill development trainings to people with disabilities, with the MMDAs pursuing quarterly monitoring by the Office of the Administrator of DACF to ensure implementation. Additionally, to ensure strict adherence and implementation of the provisions of the disbursement guideline, the District Assembly's Performance Assessment Tool, DPAT, has been enhanced to include an indicator to ensure that the disbursement of the approved percentage of DACF allocation to PWDs by the MMDAs, and this is monitored by the consultants and other officials for the ministry during the assessment to determine the DACF RFG transfers. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has always demonstrated its commitment to supporting the activities of the PWDs at the district level, not only through the assessment of statutory funds, but also in the implementation of various sub-projects programs with specific components designed to cater for the PWDs and vulnerables in the communities. And that, Honourable Speaker, I may want to add that based on what you just remarked about Honourable Members' commitment, we've had occasions in Parliament to have discussions on how to deepen the process and make it more effective. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Kremenda Park, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Public Accounts Committee, I know for a fact that every report of the Auditor General that I have seen do with the District Assembly Common Fund captures situations where district assemblies have used funds that should go to persons with disability for other purposes. I hold in my hand the report for 2021, just to cite an example to guide why I'm asking this question and to solicit further the Minister's action in this direction. Page 21 of the 2021 report of the Auditor General on the management and utilization of the District Assembly's Common Fund. Paragraph 350, unapproved PWD expenditure. The relevant portion. Paragraph 352. This is the auditors. We noted that the Yoyo Nansua District Assembly paid for items other than PWD related expenditure. Other than the PWD related expenditure, without the approval of the Disability Fund Management Committee, the amount expended was 62,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, clearly, there is evidence to show that the allocations are not being disbursed transparently
and that those who are to benefit are not benefiting. So I want to ask the Minister for Local Government what sanctions he intends to make out to assemblies that misuse or misapply funds that should go to persons with disability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Right, Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Member can be assured that in general and in principle, any misapplication of funds in any of the programs and projects within the ministry, and for that matter, any government program, will have to be dealt with based on the Auditor General's report. But more seriously, will be funds that are supposed to be used particularly to support people with disability. That certainly will be unpardonable. And he can be assured that as this Auditor General report are reviewed and single out the districts that might have fallen foul of the law, they will be dealt with. However, listening to the paragraph in the other report that he had just quoted, I do gather that they might have applied these monies without the authority of the committee. That may not necessarily mean that they did not use it for its purpose. I'm not condoning sidelining the guidelines, but we may have to investigate further whether they purchased the items, whether what they purchased went to the people with disability, but just that it was not done by on the supervision of the committee. We'll probe further into that, but he can be assured that, repeating myself, going against government regulations, financial regulations, have its sanctions, but going against financial regulations or monies that are supposed to support people with disability is a very grave thing that will not countenance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for the assurance. Very well.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to commend the Minister and to indicate to him that our Disability Working Group here in Parliament, we will be counting on him. And as a member of the Public Accounts Committee, I'll make it my business to compile all the instances where there are infractions specific to the utilization of the Disability Common Fund for the necessary action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We will take the last question from a member whose name is Bade. I can't mention the name. I can only mention Bade Zayden, a member for Laura. Honourable, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. And let me help you pronounce my name. My name is pronounced as Bede Anwatasmo Zeden. Anwatasmo Zeden. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development when a proper lorry station will be provided for Babili in the Laura constituency. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, Babili is a commercially vibrant town in the Laura municipality, which contributes significantly to the internally generated funds of the Assembly. The Laura Municipal Assembly has, as part of its medium-term development plan 2022 to 2025, a project titled Establishment of a Lorry Park in Babili. The project intends to serve as lorry station and to decongest the roads, particularly on market days when commercial vehicles park on the road. Mr. Speaker, the Assembly, as part of efforts to roll out this project, held some community engagements with the Babili chief and other stakeholders in January 2023. Following the engagements, the Chief of Public Health released a parcel of land close to the Babli Goat Market to be developed into a lorry park. Since then, the Assembly has tasked its Works Department to design and cost the project to be submitted for further action. Management, upon receipt of the estimates and design, have packaged the project to be implemented in 2 phases. Mr. Speaker, the good news is that procurement processing has commenced to award the contract for the first phase, consisting opening of access roads and graveling of the lorry park, to be funded under the Gulf of Guinea Northern Region Social Cohesion (SOCO) project being implemented by the ministry. Phase 2 of the project, consisting of provision of pavilions, washrooms, and pavement of the lorry park, is to be delivered under the same project in 2024. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, right, Honourable Speaker. Let me make this statement even before I ask a supplementary question. That this question was filed in February 2022, and we are in July 2023, 1.5 years. And so, some of the circumstances at the time that the question was filed, the circumstances have changed over the period, and you will observe that
change for the better or
for the better, right, Honourable Speaker?
Very well.
So I commend the Honourable Minister for the work done so far, because at the time that I was asking this question, SOCO had not come into being, and he's aware of that. And so SOCO came into being after in the course of 2023. And so I'm happy that steps are being taken to construct the lorry park. But Mr. Minister, you have indicated in your answer that procurement processes have commenced. Sometimes these processes take a very long time, and it goes on and on. I would like to find out from you, when in your view do you think physical work for the construction of the lorry park will commence? Because we are half year 2023, and you have indicated in your answer that the rest of the work will be done in 2024. And yet, for the first part of 2023, no physical work has been done yet. When will physical work commence in order for us to have the benefit of this lorry park in Babli? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for acknowledging the good works that has been done by the MPP government since he filed the question. He rightly said things have changed for the better. In fact, there's going to be greater improvement even from now on. Honourable Speaker, the Honourable colleague was a former Deputy General Secretary of his party. And so when he asks questions, we take it very seriously. We met in the field together. When I was making reference to where there was those violations, he was there. But more seriously to the fact, Mr. Honourable Speaker, the SOCO project, the processes for advertising for this project, in actual fact, starts tomorrow. These projects are demand-driven, and they are determined by the assemblies themselves. So they, based on the demands that they have factored this project into the SOCO project. So it's being advertised from tomorrow. It will go through the procurement processes, and this is part of the phase 1. And as soon as we finish the procurement process, funds are already ready for the commencement of this project, and there are also funds ready for the continuation of the phase 2. So, Honourable Member can be assured of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Honourable Members. On behalf of the House, I would like to thank Honourable Minister for Local Government Decentralization and Rural Development, who is, of course, one of us, for coming to answer questions from members. Honorable Minister, we are grateful to you and you are hereby discharged. Yes. Leadership.
Mr. Speaker, we are moving to the next stage, which is statements.
What?
Statements.
Statement. Very well.
Statements, yes. Damango.
Honourable members, we have 3 statements to consider today. We start the first one from the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honourable Samuel Ebujinapo, MP for Damango, on tourist attractions in his constituency, Damango constituency. On that base, I will ask you to stand on your seat and read your statement. If it were to be a statement on national issues concerning your ministry, I would have asked you to come to the podium. But this is in respect of your constituency, so you read it from your seat. So, Honourable Minister, you have the floor now.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the best of the positions I occupy, as you know, is Member of Parliament for Damango. Mr. Speaker, I thank you most sincerely for the opportunity to make this statement. Mr. Speaker, just last week, specifically on Tuesday, 4th July 2023, the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, commissioned the renovated and modernized Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park here in Accra with a commitment to make Ghana the tourism hub of West Africa. Mr. Speaker, it is in that spirit that I make this statement about my beloved constituency of Damango, arguably the #1 tourist destination in northern Ghana. The constituency is made up of 104 towns, villages, and communities, with a population of about 63,000 peaceful and hospitable people. Mr. Speaker, the vibrant town of Damango, which serves as the capital of the constituency, the West Gonja municipality, as well as the Savannah region, exudes cultural richness, historical significance, and awe-inspiring landscapes. Its strategic location and cultural it an exceptional destination for tourists seeking to immerse themselves in the beauty and traditions of Ghana and West Africa. Mr. Speaker, Damango also serves as the capital of the Gonja Kingdom, as recognized by the Declaration of Customary Law, Gonja Traditional Council Instrument 2010, and visitors are assured of the rich history and culture of the Gonja people. Having migrated from ancient Songhai Empire, the Gonjas entered present-day Ghana in 1546 under the leadership of Askia Mohammed, who ruled for over 3 decades before handing over to his son, Musa Askia, then to Lande, Wam, Amoa, and then Lantad Limo, the father of Yebowura Indewura Japa, the founder of the modern-day Gonja Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, Damango holds the famous Yebon skin, and since Yebowura Awusi Ewuntoma Bonyanso, who ruled the kingdom from 1942 to 1975, moved the seat of the Gonja Kingdom from Nyange in the Sola Tuna Kalba district to Damango, which at the time was said to be made up of less than 10 household community. All Yebowuras, namely Yebowura Mahama Abudu Krabaso, 1975 to 1982, Yebowura J. Ibrahim Atimu, 1983 to 1987, Yebowura Kenyiti, 1987 to 1990, Yebowura Biaworbe, 1990 to 1992, Yebowura Aliendengi Tigri, 1992 to 1993, Amantana Boreninche, 1993 to 2000, Yebowura Bawa Abudu Doshi, 2000 to 2010, Yebowura Sulemana Jakpat Ntumba Borasa the First, 2010 to 2023, and now Yebowura Bikinitu Jewu Sole the First
had lived and sat on the Hapaskin in Damango. Mr. Speaker, the colonial days, Mr. Speaker, in the colonial days, Damango became a very important administrative center for the colonial government, serving as a link between the northern parts of the country and the southern part. It was therefore not surprising that the colonial government's policy of pursuing mechanized agriculture through the Gonja Development Company was piloted in Damango. As the colonial office explained, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "We have all been looking to Damango as a pilot scheme to produce basic information for a future pattern of peasant agricultural development," end quote. The diversity of peoples and cultures in the constituency makes it exceptionally unique. In addition to Gonjas, there are Nchumurus, Nawuris, Basaris, Vaglegs, Safobes, Mos, Lobis, Dagabes, Gurunis, Sisales, Grushis, Casines, Bimobes, Tamplumes, Hangers, Brefos, Emeres, Pantres, Miwos, Batiges, Dagombes, Concombes, Akans, Hausa, Fulanis, Grumers, Chokosis, and Batos, living peacefully and intermarrying to form families of mixed ethnic groups. Mr. Speaker, some of the most attractive events in the constituency include our festivals, such as the Damba Festival and the Fire Festival, also known as Jintigi. The Damba Festival is celebrated to mark the birth and naming of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon his name, while the Fire Festival is used to mark the landing of Noah's Ark on Mount Arafat after the flooding God sent to destroy the earth. These festivals offer a glimpse into the rich cultural heritage and provide an opportunity for our people and visitors to partake in traditional rituals, music, dance, and communal feasts. Mr. Speaker, aside festivals, there is the famous Narabanga Mosque, one of the oldest mosques in Africa, and I should say the world, which has been Christian, quote, the Mecca of West Africa, end quote. Located in Narabanga, about 16 kilometers from Damango. Legend has it that the mosque was built around 1421 by an Islamic trader called Ayuba from mud and sticks in the Sudanic Sahelian architecture. According to Islamic history, Mr. Speaker, Ayuba slept in the area and had a dream in which he was instructed by Allah to build a mosque. When he woke up the next day, the foundation of the mosque had mysteriously appeared, so he continued with the construction until the mosque was complete. And when Ayuba died, he was buried under the baobab tree, which stands right in front of the mosque. With a foundation laid by Allah himself, it is not surprising that the Larabanga Mosque remains very strong today and continues to be one of the holiest Islamic pilgrimage sites in our country and beyond. Mr. Speaker, the mosque also houses an ancient Quran said to have been delivered from heaven to Imam Brahma, also known as Idam Brahma, around 1650 after he had prayed for the Quran. Till date, this Quran is brought out and read on festive days like the Fire Festival. The Speaker, close to the Narabanga Mosque is a mystic stone, also located in Narabanga. This mystic stone gained prominence in the 1950s when the colonial government was constructing a road through Narabanga. It is said that anytime the contractors cleared the stone, they returned the following morning only to realize that the stone had mysteriously returned to its location. And when this persisted, they were compelled to divert the course of the road and leave the stone in its current position. The stone has remained in that position till date, attracting thousands of tourists to the site. Mr. Speaker, I cannot talk about tourist potentials in the Damango constituency without talking about the green and serene Moli National Park, the first, largest, and most prestigious protected area in our country. The history of the park dates back to the 1930s, when the colonial government designated 2,300 square kilometers of land as a game clearance area to clear the area of all wildlife in order to control tetraflies. As a result, large numbers of antelopes and buffaloes were killed in the area until the policy was abandoned in 1957. The following year, in 1958, the area was constituted into a Moli game reserve. In 1964, 5 communities within the catchment area of the park were relocated, and in 1971, the park was gazetted as a national park under the Wildlife Reserve Regulations 1971, LI 710, with an increased land size. The Bantala Triangle was eventually added to the park in 1992 to bring it to its current size of 4,577 square kilometers. Today, the park, which originally served as a game clearance center, hosts some of 742 vascular plant species and over 93 mammal species, including 5 primary species. Mr. Speaker, if you want to see elephants, buffaloes, calves, western hatchbacks, roan antelopes, Defasa waterbacks, oriba, boho reedbark, red flank geckos, and rare and endangered species such as the yellow-backed gecko, black and white colobus monkeys, leopards, and lions, then there's no other place than the Moli National Park, situated at the heart of the Damango constituency. There are also over 300 bird species, different species of reptiles, amphibians, and beautiful butterflies. This is a truly a treasure trove for nature lovers, and every member of this august house, Mr. Speaker, and indeed every Ghanaian or resident of Ghana, as well as foreign visitors, should make it a point to visit the park at least once a year to enjoy the serene atmosphere of the park. Mr. Speaker, in the heart of this park is a captivating and peaceful Zena Lodge, West Africa's first luxury safari lodge that provides top-notch hospitality services with a unique cultural touch to visitors of the park and its catchment areas. This award-winning facility, the Zena Lodge, is ready to host you for your time out of the hairy belly of city life. Mr. Speaker, about 10 kilometers from the Moli National Park is the Mognori Eco Village, a community-based tourism project in Mognori. This eco-village is noted for its cultural preservation, environmental conservation, and community development. It offers tourists an immense experience in traditional Ghanaian life and provides a range of activities such as guided nature walks, traditional drumming and dancing, handicraft demonstrations, and visits to local schools and farms right in Mognori. Mr. Speaker, the location of the Damango constituency and its capital makes it a special place to lodge and connect with other parts of northern Ghana, such as the rest of the Savannah region, the Upper West, Northern, Northeast, and Upper East regions, and to explore other tourist sites in these areas. Some 50 minutes flight from Accra to Tamale, and over an hour's drive from Tamale, Mr. Speaker, and there you are in Damango. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, tourism has become a major boost for many countries across our continent, including Kenya, Tanzania, South Africa, Rwanda, and Zambia. It is therefore highly commendable that the government of President Akufo-Addo continues to invest in this sector through initiatives such as the Year of Return, Beyond the Return, the refurbishment and modernization of the Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum, and the plan to build more museums across the country in honor of the Big Six. Mr. Speaker, let me use this auspicious opportunity to thank my affable compatriot and senior member of government, the Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Mohammed Awal, for the special attention he has paid to promoting tourism in Damango. Mr. Speaker, tourism is not only for foreigners. We in this country should also make it a point at least once a year to take a break from our hectic schedules and visit a tourist destination. And once you make that decision, my beloved constituency of Damango must be your first port of call. The good and dignified people of Damango are ready to welcome you and give you a lifetime experience. Come to the Damango constituency and experience the best of history, culture, hospitality, and tourism. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Are you from Savannah?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not from Savannah, but I'm the former Deputy Minister for Tourism, and I have a special interest in the area that I've just listened to, and that's why I'm on my feet.
So you can now speak.
I am grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me commend highly this very well-researched paper or statement by the MP for Honorable Samuel Abujinapo, who is also a minister. I mean, I'm so enthralled. This is brilliant. It captures both tangible and intangible cultural heritage that we have. It captures, in essence, what we have as Ghana, which sets us apart from the rest of the world. I mean, you mentioned Tanzania and communities where safari is what they promote. You have captured succinctly what we have, which is our culture, and the dance, the food, the ecotourism. Mr. Speaker, the efforts that we have made as a people is commendable, but I do agree with the Honourable Minister and MP for Damango that indeed we have a lot more to do, because the tourism sector really has all the low-hanging fruits that can capture the teeming youth that we have in our country. If we are looking for opportunities to create jobs, then I think that the Minister for Employment just needs to take this presentation and through the various areas that has been captured, provide opportunities for young people to get employed. I recall very vividly the efforts that we made in between 2013 and 2016 as a country. I recall that we were able, through this Parliament, pass the UNESCO conventions that affect that sector, and which were done so that we can drive the economy of our country. It is my hope that we don't rest on our oars, that we champion the conventions that we have ratified and use it to get support to develop more tourism areas such as the ones captured in this statement. Mr. Speaker, it will not be good if I sit without mentioning the efforts that the World Bank has made in recent times in developing the Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum. I remember that the Minister for Tourism came to meet the committee that I serve on, the Trade, Industry and Tourism Committee, and the agency that he attached to that support from World Bank, and today to see that it has re-energized the interest in domestic tourism. I think that the World Bank, the Minister for Tourism deserve a round of applause. But that cannot be all, Mr. Speaker, that cannot be all. In many other constituencies and municipalities and districts in this country are areas where people should be interested in going to invest in. There's a thing in this country where if you start sachet water and people start buying, then everybody wants to go into that. But tourism does offer many more platforms than all the other small things that we are doing. So perhaps a wider conversation on what we can do in each of the 275 constituencies will indeed create more opportunities than we think. Mr. Speaker, it is my hope that this statement is carried wide and far, and people in this chamber, colleagues, will see what they have in their various communities and bring them to the floor so we can have a holistic conversation around how to develop our tourism in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, that said, I want to once again applaud the Honourable Minister and MP for Damango for this brilliant statement on tourism in his community. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes. From Ketu South, I'll go to Abuakwa South.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this immensely insightful statement showcasing the power of tourism in the Damongo constituency. Honorable Speaker, I think this nation has overemphasized the tangible assets. So therefore, we've placed a lot of premium on cocoa as a source of money. But I believe that if we look at other areas like tourism, it will stand us in good stead and will expand our GDP base. And that is why I believe this statement is very, very important for our development. And I believe that if we do proper research, we can cost how much tourism will add to our GDP. Honorable Speaker, I am particularly amazed that being a Ghanaian, I'm so ignorant about my own environment. And that is what we should try and come out of. Because we don't even know Ghana. I didn't know that Mongo was so rich in terms of historical sites and the rest of it. Kakun in Accra, I am tempted to say that we don't know what is happening in other areas of our community. And I think the minister has really enriched us in talking about the history of Damongo. And particularly later when he said, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, Damongo also serves as the capital of the Gonja Kingdom. And this is very important, the Gonja Kingdom. As recognized by the Declaration of Customary Law, Gonja Traditional Council Instrument 2010. And visitors are assured of the rich history and culture of the Gonja people, having migrated from ancient Songhai Empire. The Gonjas entered present-day Ghana in 1546 under the able leadership of Askia Mohammed, who ruled for over 3 decades before handing over to his son, Musa Askia, then to Launda, Wam, Amwa, and then Lantu Lemo, the father of Yagbonura Indarura Japa, the founder of the modern Gonja Kingdom. I wonder if this should not be part of the history lessons of our people and our culture matters concerning us, rather than focusing on European history, which might not have immediate benefit for our development. That is very, very rich in terms of what is said. There is also a very important comparison between the stools of the South and the skins of the North. It's amazing that in traditional setups of this country, some believe that you sit on a stool. And then in the North, they don't sit on stools, they sit on skins. And it's very, very interesting that the maker of the statement has brought us to full speed in terms of these comparisons. One thing I found amazing, and I even saw it as a hyperbole, that the Damba Festival and the Fire Festival have biblical connotations. I thought maybe this must be a hype, but then how can you talk about how the history of the Bible is connected to these festivals in Black Africa and also in the Damongo area? But these are the things that could be in our archives. And I believe that the minister should start trying to bring a very serious program in which the history of the area and all the archival evidence are put together. So people want to visit the place will be able to come to terms with some of these matters. The other dimension is the Mecca of West Africa and this ancient mosque, which is from 1421. I believe this should also be captured. It's very, very important that these ancient histories are not sort of dwarfed by our modern internet and the knowledge we have. There is the mystic stone that is expressed in this statement. It seems to me that then we are not the only people who have mystic stones. If you pay regard to the coronation of King Charles, they brought a mystic stone into the chapel. And this is a good comparison to enhance tourism. This is interesting and amazing. The Morley National Park, I wonder how many members of parliament will patronize it and take their families for recreational purposes and also rejuvenation and relaxation. We should be able to pay regard to that. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I think we are very poor in patronizing tourism as a people. Tourism should not be the preserve of foreigners who come to our country. We should patronize our own and tourist site. And I invite the minister, who is also the member of parliament, to project on the world tourist market Damongo through the power of technology via the internet, so that all that Damongo is in terms of the power of tourism will be the press of a tap away, and everybody can see what we are missing, not only locally and internationally. I truly commend the minister for such an insightful write-up. And those of us who are lagging behind in projecting our constituency in this regard should start doing the same. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for this opportunity.
Yes, I'm taking one more. Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this very important statement made by my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Damongo. Mr. Speaker, indeed, I am part of Damongo because my mother is from Damongo, and to be precise, Larbanga. And I want to associate myself with the historical narrative of the maker of this statement, and to tell him that when I'm done with Bole, I'll be moving to Damongo to take the seat from him. Now, Speaker, let me thank him sincerely for bringing up these important issues in order to uplift the image of not just Damongo constituency, but the whole of Gonja land, and for that matter, the Gonja Kingdom. He has given us a background as to how the Gonjas migrated to our current place. And those are facts. And you can trace this in most of our historical books. Again, he's told us how the kingdom, the capital of the Gonja Kingdom, was moved from a place called Nyange in the Solar district to the Damongo district. Indeed, the chief who moved the capital from Nyange to Damongo was coming from Daboya, Yabora, Ewutuma. And since then, the capital of the Gonja Kingdom has remained in Damongo. Mr. Speaker, he spoke about two very important festivals, the Damba Festival and the Fire Festival. In Gonja, we say the Jintege Festival. There's no time, I don't want to go into them, but just let you know that these are very important festivals so far as the Gonja Kingdom is concerned. They cut across the whole of the Gonja Kingdom. It's not only in Damongo. Mr. Speaker, let me go specifically to my mother's village, about 5 issues have been raised about Larbanga, and that for me is very important. We spoke about the mosque. As we speak today, you go there and you'll be happy seeing the mosque in each state, except to say that I will want to appeal to the minister, let's join hands and communicate with the Minister of Tourism to give it some renovation. I had asked him through questioning to try and renovate that mosque. I know if you add your voice, he will be more than ready to renovate it for us. The problem with the mosque is that when tourists go, they are unable to get space to sit, to relax, and all of that. And if we are going to renovate it and we can add some of these facilities to it, tourists will be happy and tourists will go there in their numbers in order to give us the needed revenue we want. Now, you also spoke about the mystic stone. My grandfather, the late Malam Ibrahim Kamara, that's my mother's father, gave me an oral narrative of what my colleague has just reported. And it's just the same narrative that my grandfather gave me. And so I want to also associate with it. The Moli Park is there for everybody to see. You have so many different species of animals. Mr. Speaker, I invite you one of these days to go there. And you love to always spend your holidays there rather than traveling outside this country. I have gone there several times, especially in the morning when you wake up. You wake up and you see all sorts of animals around you, even getting closer to you, as if you should just have a feel of them by touching them. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we develop this park, and I want to advise those who are doing poaching around that area to know that this park is very important for us and that we should try to preserve it. Mr. Speaker, the whole of the Damango constituency, I agree with him, it's a cosmopolitan area. A whole lot of different ethnic groups, different tribes are living together, but it's one of the most peaceful areas. And so tourists are invited. When they go there, they'll have a feel of the Gunja tradition, and they also have a feel of most of these tourist sites that we're talking about. I can see my leadership giving me a sign that there's no time. So I want to once again thank my colleague, the minister, for this very important statement. The only aspect that I disagree with you is where you spoke about the fact that there's a renovation of a mausoleum. I have my personal problem with it. Mr. Speaker, you have a mausoleum where you have now introduced what we call the freedom of mostly brought in the other 5 of the 6 of the basics. That for me is trying to dilute the unique mausoleum that is meant for Kwame Nkrumah for the role that he has played in this country. The idea of trying to take some of the important things that we have given him in order to recognize him away from him, for me, is problematic. Apart from that, I give you a thumb for this statement and I encourage you to do more. Thank you.
Yes, I'm taking the last one. But my brother Stephen, make it short for me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this great opportunity for me to associate myself with my brother, Honorable Minister Abu Jinapo Samuel. Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons I'm associating myself with the statement is the fact that tourism plays a strategic role in the economy of every country that is actually pursuing the cause of attaining long-term economic growth and stability because of its economic values. In Ghana here, tourism is one of the economic drivers which has tremendously contributed to our foreign earnings as a country. Mr. Speaker, for us to be able to rub shoulders with the world, we should be able to be at par when it comes to the major performance parameters of the world, when it comes to our socio-economic framework. And I'll take you to the global performance in 1922. In 2022, travel and tourism sector contributed 7.6% to the global GDP, an increase of 22% from 2021, and employed about 22 million all over the world. Ghana has tourism policy, and that is one of the reasons I think Honorable Minister's statement, I find it extremely important, and he needs our support. Not only his commitment and support to where he is a member of parliament, lifting the image and the reputation of the people of Damango and other communities and all the towns there. These are the policies, Mr. Speaker. 1, historical events and monuments. 2, national parks and reserves. 3, beaches. 4, cultural events. Mr. Speaker, if you do simple mathematics, the areas the Honorable Minister stated or listed can let any even hard lecturer or teacher gives Damango about 89% of its qualification to be given the needed support as a country in supporting its tourism agenda. Mr. Speaker, that is why I use 89%. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that when people have problems with numbers, they don't understand proportions and percentages. I think 89% qualifies a lot per the things he listed. Mr. Speaker, look at that fact. One of the facts we should look at is the strategic location of Damango itself in our country. I've had the opportunity to visit those communities. And Mr. Speaker, I love to live there. I love to go there every year. I remember I went there with a friend of mine from Germany about 7 years ago. Mr. Speaker, as I'm talking to you now, he is thinking about retiring and coming to live there because of the place, the way it is. I think they say that in our local dialect, forgive me, Mr. Speaker, Adie Kurawa Unhu, just a tough one. Mr. Speaker, I would like to end by saying that the statement made by our Honorable Minister, we should not heap scorn on its importance as a country, as a government, in outlaying our even budget expenditures or outlays. We need to make sure that we take Damango and its area or communities as even a pilot project to promote and increase and enhance and move forward our effort to ensure that tourism becomes one of the areas that our economic fortunes can be derived. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. We will take the second statement from Honorable Member. Okay, Honorable Member for Ho Central, Honorable Benjamin Komlapodo. On the disastrous flood of July 8, 2023 in Ho. Honorable, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the weekend, precisely on Saturday, July 8, 2023, disaster struck in the city of Ho. An unusually heavy downpour resulted in huge floods that in their wake brought about untold destruction of domestic and commercial property. Buildings collapsed and their contents washed away. Affected residents escaped from their homes and stood outside, and they watched helplessly as floods floated away their belongings. Togbe Apedes Palace
Let's hear you.
Toby Afede's palace was not spared as the floods hit hard at the fence wall of the forecourt of the palace grounds. A commercial building nearby collapsed and the wares of clothing, jewelry, cosmetic items were carried away. The small bridge over the river between Ho Polyclinic and the Ho Teaching Hospital, popularly referred to as Trafalgar Hospital, was run over by the surging flood, effectively blocking vehicular movement. Commuters plying the Ho Aplau road had to halt their movement on either side of the road for over 1 hour, resulting in huge traffic. The Speaker, entry to the Ho Technical University was also blocked by the flood, overflowing the access road to the campus. Flood water invaded some residents' bedrooms, destroying their personal belongings. Several houses, especially those near drains, were demolished by the ravaging floods, rendering many homeless. Indeed, this particular flood disaster was historic in Ho. We, however, thank God that no life was lost. Yet, our sympathies go to the individuals affected, especially Madam Awonye, who lost her business building and wares to the flood. I'm sure many people have seen the disaster in social media. Initial reports from the municipal NADMO coordinator indicated that some 640 individuals were negatively affected. Their houses, parts thereof, or fence walls collapsed under the pressure of the strong and heavy floods. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first major disaster in Ho municipality. Rainstorms have ripped off public and private buildings in Sokode, Hojo, Pengwai, Shia, and the Ho Regional Model School in the recent past. However, the history of response to such occurrences by state agencies is rather appalling. No help has come to victims of the Sokode, Hojo Achansi, and the Ho Regional Model School to date from the relevant state agencies. I do not know whether the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, functions in Ho. The Minister of Interior will recall that I approached him when disaster struck at Pengwai, Ho, and Shia simultaneously, in which the roofs of schools and a health center were ripped off by rainstorms. He asked me to write officially, which I did. NADMO responded to that letter that it was not their responsibility to provide relief and that I should refer the matter to the Ho Municipal Assembly. And indeed, no help came. Mr. Speaker, please, this time around, intervene so that victims of this most recent unprecedented disaster can obtain assistance for restoration. What are the immediate actions we would need to take now? A, the Municipal Health Office, MEHO, requires to mount public sanitation education on the management of drains and gutters near private homes. The MEHO should also enforce the Assembly's laws and regulations. C, the Assembly must embark on a rigorous desilting of the drains in town. That is most urgent now, because when you see the sand in some of the drains, you will marvel at that. NADMO should examine what urgent assistance or support to give to the identified victims of this disaster Mr. Speaker, with the ever-increasing population and the need for more housing, special planning requires greater attention. But the more permanent solution can be found in A, reconstruction of the major drains to widen and deepen them or raise their heights. B, reconstruction of the bridges spanning the streams in the city. When these are done, disasters of this kind can then be avoided or their negative effects minimized. Mr. Speaker, it has become urgent that Ho should be given a big and special funding to replan the city and implement reconstruction of public facilities that befit the status of the regional of a regional capital. Now, the secondary cities fund is available. They should increase allocation to Ho so that they can use it for such a project. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I'm giving one each. Let me come to member for Tema Central, Tema West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm not giving leadership.
It's Tema West. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise to sympathize with my colleague from Ho Central, who unfortunately has to suffer this devastating effect of flooding in his city. Mr. Speaker, I wonder why in recent times, or let me say for some time now, we've been faced with such floods almost in all the capital cities of this country, and yet we would wait and come the following year, the same thing happens again and nothing is done. Mr. Speaker, I know for sure that almost every district assembly has a hydro officer or a planning officer to that effect to see to some of these things and ensure that they don't become perennial. But unfortunately, we go and come back and we are faced with such problems. I can assure you that next year by this time, when you are here, if you are still here, if you are still alive, we would hear another colleague, if not the same colleague, coming to tell us of such disasters in their community. I think that it's high time we re-engineered our layouts to ensure that where floods are prone, or where areas that are prone to floods are looked at and restructured to ensure that water drainage systems are provided to lead these waters away from buildings and, of course, heavily populated or densely populated areas where people's fortunes and their capital will not be lost. Mr. Speaker, I heard my colleague mention choke gutters as one of the reasons that could have caused this. Mr. Speaker, I love Ho. I've lived there part of my life, and I consider myself part of that city. I don't think that the flood that occurred in Ho is as a result of choke gutters. Indeed, I'd rather say that the volume of water that you saw on that day, your drains there, even if they were empty, nothing, they cannot contain them. And the reason is simple. We are not engineering well enough to contain these waters, looking at the volumes with such rainfall, to get them out as quickly as possible. The runoffs are not what we are seeing. And I don't want you to blame it on gutters, but rather in your suggestions where you claim that we should restructure or reconstruct storm drains, I side with you 100%. And it's important that, especially in our capital cities, where these things happen most prominently, we relook at how water runoffs are considered and how they are managed to elsewhere get them out when this rainfall. Mr. Speaker, our over-reliance on NADBU as a country is becoming a bit disturbing. NABO only bring relief. They do not take you out of your pain, or they will not put you where you were before the loss. So if we decide to think about NADMO as an agency that's going to reconstruct our or re-image our position before the loss happened, it becomes a problem. Because they don't see themselves as an insurance company. They only come in to give you blankets and mattress to sleep. After that, what next? So I would rather ask that people who find themselves in these areas should do well to, as it were, cover this risk, so that when the problems happen, they know that somebody has bought this risk, and you have to see this person to bring them back to where they were before that loss. I sympathize with Toby Afede. Indeed, I hope that NABO will even do more than they do for everybody, if indeed he is in that situation where the floods have taken over the palace. That is a very beautiful palace, and the funds that you refer to will be sent there to, as it were, restore the beautiful palace of Asogli to its right place. The Speaker, I will recommend that rivers that are located in these areas should be dredged, so that they will be able to contain more volumes of water and assist in this quick runoffs that I talked about. Then also to come to some finalization of what I'm putting across, Mr. Speaker, I would add my voice to my colleague that these funds that are available for solving some of these problems, a large amount of it should be bequeathed to the whole or the Volta regional capital for this problem to be resolved. But I say, sorry for what has happened. That's all we can say, and we will extend our condolences to the Asogli Palace. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I'm giving the opportunity to the engineer. Engineer, let's hear you.
Yeah, it was not coming on, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to add a few words to what has been said by honorable colleagues. Yeah, it is true that when it rains, water should flow. But some of the problems are created by, one, our planners, and then two, we, the people themselves. When the rain falls, water should flow. Sometimes, because of underdevelopment in an area, you have a large area which is in a valley, but no water flows there. But once development comes to the area, because of the roofs and the concreted areas, the water can no longer sink into the ground, and therefore it overflows. And therefore we should look at our planning so that we take care of these places. Nature, by its own design, has created what we call detention ponds. Because when it rains, all the water should not flow to the sea at the same time. That is why we have places. Years ago, just near Golf House, there is a Sikaps Hotel, which was in an area which was a water detention point. People filled it up and put structures there. When it rained, everything got washed away, and Sikaps Hotel does not exist anymore. This is where we human beings cause such problems. In the case of Ho, actually, when the whole roads were being constructed, I was the regional highway engineer, and the drain, the culvert near the Catholic Cathedral was designed by me. What we found out later, in fact, the culvert has adequate capacity. What we found out later is that when it rains, people dump rubbish into the runoff, and it gets choked, and therefore it was overflowing. Without maintenance, there is no way a gutter or a drain can last forever. And therefore, we should educate the people not to dump rubbish into the drains. On the other hand, when we build our houses in the yard, we should encourage people to plant a bit of grass so that when water from the roofs get to the ground, it soaks into the ground instead of flowing out. The situation where people put paving stones all over the yard and then the concrete in the yard is not helping us. So we should find ways also for letting the water get into the soak into the ground. As for design of drains, are never designed for the ultimate. Because if you want to do the ultimate, you may have to use one. But generally, what we tend to use, one in a 50-year storm or one in a 100-year storm, which means that overflow to occur once in the 50 years or one in 100. So we should let people know that you cannot design for the ultimate, that flooding will never occur. And therefore, putting rubbish into the drains should be stopped. On the other hand, we should maintain our gutters and our culverts, because that one will make sure that they have adequate capacity, so that it will take quite some time before those things happen. And then, like I said earlier, detention areas are important. The act of filling valleys in order to build houses and so on does not help us at all, because nature has its way of letting water remain in some of these places and then flow out gradually. Mr. Speaker, with this few to say thank you for the opportunity and also to solidarize with the people of Ho and tell them we are sorry this has happened, but it is a human error and things human beings can do to alleviate their storm. Because the time I was in Ho, and I was there for 3 years, this flooding never occurred. So we should take care of these places so that we are safe and sound. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to say a few words.
Well. Honorable members, the Right Honorable Speaker is taking the seat before I invite anybody. So, Honorable Bejura, you are so keen to speak. So, as Honorable Speaker takes the seat.
Yes, Honorable Manuel, you may continue.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the statement made by my neighbor, the MP for Ho Central. Ho West was carved out of Ho Central as a district. Mr. Speaker, when we were at Ho Central, one of the things that we noticed was the fact that the Ho West was not developing. And therefore, we decided to have Ho West as a district for the regional capital to develop and have development at the right space. Mr. Speaker, the rainstorm last weekend devastated a lot of properties. And Mr. Speaker, as a member or a professional from the built environment, one of the things I've noticed, Mr. Speaker, has to do with the fact that human error, human beings, as you can see from most of the videos circulating, is the fact that people are dumping rubbish or plastic waste into a running water in a gutter while it was raining. In the regional capital, Ho municipality, we have people dumping
plastic waste in the drains. This is a human error which could choke the running water and that could cause the flooding. That is not only that. Mr. Speaker, as you get to Ho is developing. And the initial spatial planning or the initial planning of Ho has, was so small that the current development has surpassed the initial spatial planning. Mr. Speaker, the climate change that we are all talking about, when it gets to Ho now, the vegetation on the mountain is being taken over by houses. Now, if you have people building on mountainous areas, that's supposed to suppress running water or that's supposed to suppress raining water. You cut down the trees, you build houses and build concrete all over. The next thing is that when it rains, it has its own free flow, what we call water finds its own level. Without the corresponding drainage in the municipality, we have water running into people's homes and destroying homes. These are all part of human activities destroying our own, houses that we have built. Mr. Speaker, having said this, the maker of the statement has made some proposals, and one of the proposals, Mr. Speaker, which I agree largely, has to do with the reconstruction of major drains in the whole municipality. Mr. Speaker, yes, indeed, we need major drains in the municipality because, as I mentioned, Ho has outlived its initial spatial planning. Now that we have passed a law in this house, being the hydrological authority law in this house, I want to plead with the Minister for Water Resources, Waste and Housing to also open an office, a hydrological office in Ho, being the regional office, to take care of the drainage system in Ho. You get to Ho now, when it's raining, you cannot even drive. The last rain, Mr. Speaker, you cannot drive from Ho Tenka University or Ho Poly, as we used to call it, from Stevens Hotel through the Ho Tenka University to Adaklu area. You cannot go. The whole place was choked because the drains are so small that it cannot allow water to flow in. And so we need the reconstruction of major drains in Ho. If really Ho is an oxygen city, as we all are made to believe that Ho is an oxygen city, then we need to reconstruct Ho. So I'm appealing to the Minister for Waste and Housing to have a regional hydrological office or hydrological authority office, just as you have Ghana Highway Authority office and other offices in the regional capital. Let us have the hydrological offices so that we can take care of the water that is running from the mountainous areas as well as the choke gutters. The other intervention, that recommendation that the Speaker, Honorable Kodo, mentioned has to do with desilting. I've never seen Ho drains being desilted since I was born. Seen it. And so we need to do constant or periodic desilting of our drains in Ho as our regional capital. This is going to just not be right when we are doing desilting in the regional national capital, and our beloved oxygen city, which is the whole regional capital, will not be desilted. Yes, we are going to my chief whip's hometown, Adaklu. When it was raining that day, you cannot even drive to Adaklu. But Adaklu is a tourist area, very close to, and you have an airport there. You cannot even drive to the airport because it was raining. In fact, that day you cannot even go to the airport to pick a flight to Accra because the whole road was soaked. And so, Mr. Speaker, with this few words, I want to plead with the minister to provide an office that will take care of the hydrological needs of our people in the region. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To just make a few comments on the statement ably made by my good friend, Honorable Kodo. Mr. Speaker, Ho indeed is the oxygen city of this country, very beautiful city, surrounded by mountains, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Minority Chief Whip, yes. Yes, after him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ho indeed is the oxygen city, a very beautiful city surrounded by all the beautiful mountains in the Volta region. Because from where I see Ho, it's in the valley. And all the water from, let's say, Vaner and the surrounding communities, Tia and all those places, I'm sure will direct their path or way to Ho. And I believe that that was the reason why this House supported the Minister for Works and Housing to pass into law the Ghana Hydrological Authority Act. And this is what the Minister told us during the second reading. The authority will also be in a position to engage with development partners and explore sources of funding other than Government of Ghana to undertake flood mitigation projects across the country while enhancing resilience of our communities and essential infrastructure, the Minister added. Mr. Speaker, the question is, has government been supportive of the Minister in his quest to provide flood control or mitigation measures? I'm not seeing that. The Minister was here about a week ago to brief the House on measures that government was putting in place around this period where we encounter a lot of floods. But we could not pin him down to ask him whether he's received the needed funding to undertake such exercises, and whether or not those funds will be decentralized enough to cover the other regions as we are discussing. So, Mr. Speaker, it will require the House to again invite the Minister to find out whether he's been given adequate resources. If he hasn't, then the House must take the necessary steps before the Minister appears before us during the media review. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the last comment.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I want to thank my colleague, Honourable Kodo, for making this very important statement. Mr. Speaker, the videos and the pictures that after that devastating downpour in Ho were indeed very, very disheartening. We thank God that there was no casualties, but there are people who are injured, people lost a lot of property, and we hope the NADMO and others can intervene. Mr. Speaker, it is true that few of the points colleagues made are quite relevant. When I was a kid at Ho, Mr. Speaker, you know Ho Technical University very well. When you are coming from Maoli School and then you turn right to go to, Ho Technical University, Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know that few years ago, that place was actually a swamp. There was not a single building in any of those areas. It was a swamp. Today, that stream doesn't even exist in reality. People have built completely because the university is now a growth area, so everybody bought those lands, filled it up, and built on it. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Abuama made a very important statement, which is about the fact that Ho, to the north side of Ho is the Akwapim Togo ranges. So naturally, there's a volume of water that drains down towards the center of the city, which is Civic Center. And the city has got two major drains, one in front of Tasso and then one at Civic Center. Indeed, since I was a kid, I've never seen those drains replaced or expanded in any way. So if you imagine a drain that was built before I was born, and I'm quite old currently, and that is the same drain that is supposed to contain the volume of water, Mr. Speaker, it requires that, as Abuaji said, even if those drains were built to last for 50 years, they have passed the 50 years time, and then maybe government should reconsider a new development strategy to expand those drains. But Mr. Speaker, there's a bigger problem. Indeed, Ho relatively is cleaner than many regional capitals. It is not very common to see a pile of plastic waste lying down on the streets of Ho. So it couldn't be the fact that, I'm not saying that people are not putting solid waste into the drains. But relatively, Ho does better in terms of those things. But Mr. Speaker, there's a bigger problem. And that problem is not limited to Ho. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you know that our planning regime is very problematic. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know that those who know the Huawei building at Cantonment, to the left-hand side of that building is supposed to be the ongoing residence of a vice president of the Republic of Ghana. That is official residence. Mr. Speaker, next to it, to the right-hand side, a new developer is putting up a building. Mr. Speaker, I was told today that the government of Ghana have abandoned the residence of the vice president because both the Huawei building and the new development, which is a commercial building, are so huge and overlooking to the compound of the vice president that no vice president would actually attempt to live there because the security breach is just too much. So this is a government or a state that decide that we want to house our vice president somewhere, have invested millions to build a property, and have also granted ability for local assembly, like the Narcotics assembly, to grant planning permission for developers to build high-rise buildings to the extent that government has become so powerless that we now have to abandon the whole project and let private developers take over, Mr. Speaker. How can we develop like that? How can we develop like that? So, Mr. Speaker, the problem is also the state. If the state itself have given up on their right to protect themselves, what has the ordinary person in Ho got to do in terms of protecting himself? Mr. Speaker, I will be bringing an appropriate motion to you to ask the relevant ministers what led or what considerations were made when La Dadekotopon granted planning permission for Huawei building to be built, overlooking into the compound of the vice president, and now another developer building a similar building to the extent that government of Ghana decided that we will no longer house a vice president in the house. So what about the investment that was made? And at that time, we'll see whether a planning officer should be cited for misconduct. Because otherwise, we do these things and we leave the problem for other people. Mr. Speaker, as for the silting, Mr. Speaker, I agree with colleagues. There's a certain level of work that can be done in terms of the silting. But if the volume of water is beyond a certain capacity, even the drains can't take it. But all those people who have built along Civic Center, in fact, Mr. Speaker, some people have gotten a new technology of just decking over portions of drains in cities and then build on it, thinking that the water will be so kind all the time. Mr. Speaker, I agree. If you are building so close to a place you know it's a swampy area, and you fill it up with laterite, compact it and build on it, naturally, when the rains come and the water is on the ground, it will find a way where to pass. And maybe where you think you have actually compacted will be the only option for the water. So I agree with people who actually requires a new redevelopment strategy. And we can start with the drains. And the city authorities might do their best to come up with a strategy that saves Ho. Mr. Speaker, this is just a warning to all of us. A few civic buildings are not far from where the disaster occurred. It might happen that if you don't take time, the regional police headquarters have been moved to somewhere else, but the district police headquarters is not far from the Tasso drain. It may happen that when it happens the next time, we may have bigger casualties. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, Ho Technical University students suffered a lot when this happened because they were completely cut off. Fortunately, there are alternatives to going to Adaku from Ho. So we can pass through Petue. We had an alternative route, so you don't necessarily have to pass through the whole polygon. Mr. Speaker, so many people have lost property, and unfortunately there's nothing. And I want to thank Mr. Honorable Carlos. He also raised something that is uncomfortable for us as politicians to say, Mr. Speaker. When you think of it, the biggest investment any human being can make, most of us will make, is to invest in a property. Your car might not be as expensive as your house. And you want to pass that house on to people you care about. So if you can take insurance on your car, which is 30,000 cedis, why are you not taking insurance on your house, which is 500,000 and 1 million Ghana cedis?
What I mean, okay, police will arrest you if you don't have insurance on your 20,000 cedis car. But the police will not arrest you if you don't have insurance on your house. But it is your choice. Which one do you value more? So, Mr. Speaker, I encourage everybody who has been able to invest something in a landed property, consider when you are taking insurance on your car, consider the fact that your biggest investment is actually not your car. It is probably where you live. And take up some building and content insurance that can secure you in a time of trouble, Mr. Speaker. With this few words, I sympathize with my colleague and a lot of, people from Adaklu also live in Go, so we encourage it to step in through NADMO to help. But hydro, the department should come up, maybe when the minister comes with the budget, we want to see whether the hydro budget is enhanced, because this is not a problem for only Ho. It's happening in Accra, it's happening in Cape Coast and everywhere else. Let's see the hydro budget enhanced so that we can save ourselves from this kind of disaster. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable members, you want to make, okay, honorable members, statement time is ended. We will have to move to the next business item, and the leader available is there to guide me. Which one?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We are taking item 33 on page 14. That is a Ghana Commission for UNESCO Bill 2022. Thank you.
I didn't get that impression from the discussion. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this morning at the plenary, pre-sitting meeting, Speaker, the understanding was for us to take the standing orders together with the constitutional amendment bill. Mr. Speaker, we are deviating from what we agreed on. I think at the minimum, let's stick to what we agreed on at concrete, and then we can make some progress on that. So, Speaker, I urge the honourable colleague to take us to the other paper addendum where we have the motion for the report on the standing orders committee, so that we can debate it. Even if we fail to conclude it today, we can start the process to deal with it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, that was the discussion this morning. We're to take the standing orders, the motion on the standing orders, and that of the constitutional amendment bill. In the case of the constitutional amendment bill, it came out that we have to lay it and refer it to the committee. The committee hadn't dealt with it yet, so there's no report. So we're to lay it today and refer it to the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. I didn't hear that we're to deal with the UNESCO bill today. I know the concern the Deputy Majority Whip raised later, but I've taken steps to call the people she mentioned and to inform them about it. Since it's an urgent matter for all of us, well, we need to pass the standing orders to enable the committees to be constituted for the presentation of the mid-year review and the supplementary budget this month. That is why it's of urgent nature. So I will want to urge members for us to take that today. The standing orders, and then also complete the Narcotics Control Commission Amendment Bill. That is what I think we should do. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thought that the Narcotics Amendment is just one clause. If you could do it for me so that I go to Cabinet, I'll be grateful. It's just one clause. You.
There are some proposed amendments to the Narcotics Control Commission Bill.
Mr. Speaker, they both contained in the report to change, substitute to insert. That's all there is. It's a long title. That's all. But
So
the body does
your
not-
plea is that we should take that first before the standing orders.
I plead with you too. Leader, minority leader, please.
Leadership, I think, yes, it's a genuine request.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was just going to add my voice in support of the minister's plea that the
Honourable
narcotics-
members, so let's take order paper addendum 2, item 2. Minority leader, yes.
Mr. Speaker, just to draw attention that I've seen a number of amendments proposed.
2.
2.
Yes.
From Honourable Roxanne Defiamepo.
Yes.
And
He's available.
Speaker, okay, so I'll leave it with him since he's here, so
Yes.
we can deal with it.
So let's take that item 2, order paper addendum 2, Narcotics Control Commission Amendment Bill 2023 at the consideration stage.
The main one.
Yes. Actually, the main one is at the page 7. Page 7 of the order paper. So we start from there. Item 16 at page 7 of the order paper.
All right. Or you can move it. Because you are a member of the committee. You are a ranking member.
Just to bring to your attention that the chairman of the committee is not available. The vice chair is also not available. So it shows that they are not ready for this bill. And it looks like they are not interested, Mr. Speaker. And this should be noted. The chairman and the vice chair, I've not seen him, even a committee member from the other side.
Mr. Speaker, this committee's work and the ranking member is here. This amendment is proposed by the committee. So please, let's have it.
So, Mr. Speaker, I move that, yes, clause 1, proposed amendment, opening phrase, lines 1 and 2, delete substitution for...
Honourable member, I don't know what you are doing.
I thought I'd been...
We haven't yet even mentioned any clause. There were some issues that were raised, particularly by your leader, which is what I'm considering. So we haven't yet gotten to the bill. Your leader raised the issue of the lack of the presence of your chair and the deputy, the vice chair, I should say. But the minister intervened to say the ranking member is available. So by our standing up there, it's not only the chair or the vice, but any member of the committee could move a motion for and on behalf of the committee. That is right. That is what the standing orders say. I was only now consulting leaders whether in the circumstances we should go by it or we should say we adjourn or suspend it, that one. But I know that in the morning we agreed to handle that today. We have a lot of bills pending, and I think this is one of the easiest and quickest and also very important bill that we should deal with. For good reason. It's a very critical bill because the right to vote includes the right to be voted for. It's not only for you to be voting for other people. and we gave our brothers and sisters, oh sorry, I'm dealing with narcotics control, and not your bill. Yes, Narcotic Control Commission, you all know the importance about that one. And that was the reason why we passed the law. But unfortunately, as we all discussed and stated and agreed upon, the Supreme Court erroneously struck down that section. So we just want to restore it. I want to plead with members to let us take it just now and then move on. So I'll go to the Narcotics Control Commission Bill, item 16, and ask that we go with it now and then move on to the standing orders. Please, members, let's do so now. Yes, Narcotics Control Commission Amendment Bill 2023 at the consideration stage. Clause there's no number. There's only one. No number. We have to handle the clause first before the long title. So I was looking for the number, but since it's one, it's not numbered. So the clause.
Section 43 of Act 1019 amended.
Yes. Ranking member.
So we have long title, the clause, amendment proposed, opening phrase lines 1 and 2, delete substitution 4, and insert insertion of. I so move. The rationale for this proposed amendment, Right Honorable Speaker, is that in light of the decision of the Supreme Court in the Ezrami case, there is nothing to substitute for. And so the insertion of insert would be most appropriate, so that we are simply reintroducing the clause as if it's new in light of the judgment. The judgment nullified the original clause 43, and so we cannot now be talking about substitution. I move accordingly.
Honorable members, yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I support the amendment proposed by the ranking member of the committee as the amendment of the committee. Mr. Speaker, the reason being that in the case of Azuame versus Attorney General and the Speaker of Parliament, the Supreme Court clearly struck down Section 43 of the bill. And as a result, it's as if that section is not in existence. So there is no way by which you can be amending, you can be substituting a non-existent provision. That is why the appropriate word to be used is insertion rather than substitution. That's what informed that amendment. And Mr. Speaker, in line with the decision of the Supreme Court in the same case, they are trying to give a time limit within which Parliament is supposed to debate amendments to a bill. So I urge the House to take note of the decision of the Supreme Court and, if possible, debate this clause, even if it is 3 days, in order to satisfy the Supreme Court.
Yes, Honorable Dafiamapo.
Speaker, thank you for the chance to add my voice, present amendment by way of support. Mr. Speaker, the interesting point is that because the Supreme Court decision in this matter merely sought for a declarative order, and so the anachronistic Section 43 is still sitting in the original legislation. So he can play a trick on a lawyer who is not abreast with these matters. So I think the position we have to take is to direct the Law Reform Commission to, in the future, rearrange the provisions in the existing law, so that this standalone legislation will now carry the Section 43 as an amended enactment to that law. So I support the motion to amend by inserting this mother provision as has been proposed. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, honorable members, just before I put the question, the Constitution doesn't say that we should debate a clause or every clause of a bill. It doesn't say so. So we don't need to spend 2 days or 3 days debating the proposed amendment. You know, it simply says that part of the committee, together with the explanatory memorandum to the bill, that shall form the basis for a full debate on the bill. The bill is for its passage, with or without amendments or its rejection by Parliament. It doesn't say we should debate clauses anywhere. No, that one, as we said, it was made per incurium. You want to contribute? I was going to put the question. Yes, please. I should put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Honorable members, I now put the question on the clause. And the question is that the clause as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the clause as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now we go to the long title.
An Act to amend the Narcotics Control Commission Act 2022 at 1019 to substitute Section 43 to empower the Minister to grant a license for the cultivation of cannabis which has not more than 0.3 THC content on a dry weight basis for industrial purposes, for obtaining fiber or seed, or for medicinal purposes.
Honorable members, we have a number of proposed amendments to a long title. One standing in the name of the chairman of the committee. Since the ranking member is acting for and on behalf of the chairman, you may do so now.
Mr. Speaker, title proposed amendment, line 1, delete, substitute, and insert. I so move, Right Honorable Speaker. The rationale for this proposed amendment has already been explained in the earlier proposed amendment which has been carried, and so, Right Honorable Speaker, I would rely on the earlier justification for the amendment. Thank you.
I put the question on the proposed amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. We now have a number of proposed amendments standing in the name of Honorable Roxanne Nelson Eche Kwame Dafiamapo.
Speaker, considering that the earlier amendments as carried have
therefore rendered my initial amendment as well as the two of the proposed amendments obtuse. So I will just proceed to propose amendment in respect of line 2, that we should delete the word empower and insert authorize. Mr. Speaker, the justification simply is that the entire legislation, the amended legislations we seek to carry, in addition to the Parent Act, empowers the minister to do as the law directs. But this particular provision, this standalone provision, is the one that authorizes him to. So I think that the word authorization is more appropriate to empowerment. I so move.
Motion moved is for the consideration of the House. Ranking member.
Right Honourable Speaker, I have carefully considered the proposed amendment by Honourable Roxon, and basically he seeks to substitute the word empower with authorize. And in fact, the two words are synonymous. They are virtually synonymous in meaning. Because when you empower somebody to act, you're also giving the person the authority to act. So it appears to me that the two words are synonymous, and either of them would suffice. Right, Honourable Speaker. So I don't know what Mr. Speaker's pleasure is, but the meaning is about the same.
Let me listen to Honourable Bernard here for.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I will want to use the opportunity to urge upon my learned friend, colleague, to abandon his amendment, because by the long title, the minister is being empowered to issue license. So the appropriate terminology to be used is empower rather than authorize. The power is being given to the minister to issue license for those who will be engaged in cultivation of cannabis. So the use of the word empower.
Yes.
Speaker, this is buttressed by the provisions in the Interpretation Act of 2009, Act 792, Section 4.1, words of enactment. The words of enactment shall follow the preamble, where there is one, and after the long title of to the Act, and the several sections within the body of the Act shall follow in a concise and enunciative form. So once empower has been used, it has to follow through, and such an amendment will affect the concise range of the Act. So I think we must retain that. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, the fact that words are synonymous does not mean that they are the same in meaning, especially in respect of context. I was hoping that my brother Yabuama would have put the law to back me. Authorization denotes official the official capacity to do something backed in law. You can look up the meaning of empowerment. So in legislation, if you a comma, give someone it makes a difference. So I am not merely litigating this matter for the sake of it, but I've carefully looked at the legislation. And my position, which I'm canvassing forcefully, is that
existing law empowers the minister to do a lot of things. But the elimination of this provision, section 43, takes away his authority to issue the licenses, even though the substantive law empowers him in many, many other respects. So it is not merely about empowerment, but it is the authority emanating from the provision that will be able to put him in the capacity to do that. So I believe that I'm persuaded. I know those who are opposed to this, and they are in the minority, Mr. Speaker. We can vote. I know my entire backbench, they back my position. So I know my opponents in this matter, and they'll be defeated. For the records, there are just two of them.
Well, I read through the memorandum to the bill, and throughout the memorandum, the word used there is empower. Throughout the memorandum, not authorize. But I put the question. Those in favor of the deletion of the word empower and the insertion thereafter the word authorize, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it. Honourable members, the noes have it. The proposed amendment, therefore, defeated. Now, I put the question on the whole long title. Since you have abandoned the rest of your proposed amendment, honourable members, the question is that the long title stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. We have come to the end of the consideration stage of the Narcotics Control Commission Amendment Bill 2023. Honourable members, we now take item 17. Motion that the Narcotics Control Commission Amendment Bill 2023 be now read the third time. Minister for Interior.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I move that the Narcotics Control Commission Amendment Bill 2023 be now read the third time.
Honourable members, is motion moved? Any seconder?
Right, Honourable Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded is now for the consideration of the House. I put the question. The question is that those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Motion is carried.
An act to amend the Narcotics Control Commission Act 2022 Act 1019 to insert section 43 to empower the minister to grant a license for the cultivation of cannabis, which has not more than 0.3% THC content on dry weight basis for industrial purposes, for obtaining fiber or seed, or for medicinal purposes.
Honourable members, the Narcotics Control Commission Amendment Bill 2023 is deemed read the third time and passed. We now have
Oh,
Sorry.
I just wanted to say thank you, Mrs. Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, thank you very much, and thank honourable colleagues for their support. Thank you.
Yes, honourable members, we now take the last item, which is item 1 on the order paper addendum 2, that this honourable House adopts the report of the Standing Orders Committee on the review of the Standing Orders of Parliament of Ghana in the form of the motion to be moved by Chairman of the committee. Honourable members, yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise on Order 48, 1 and 2, the combined effect of it, and considering the importance of our standing orders to the business of this House, and looking at the numbers that we have in terms of quorum, which
Honourable member, this motion will never inure to your benefit. So advise yourself.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just drawing the House attention to it because of the importance of
every
our
day they will
orders.
draw attention to it, and you see how your business can move. Are you with me?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to get close to you. Yes.
Honourable member.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Have you heard me?
Mr. Speaker, yes, I'm hearing you.
Yes, if you draw the attention of the House to what we are saying today, every day the House's attention will be drawn to it. Every day. And your business will never move.
Mr. Speaker, that's why I'm just drawing attention to it for your kind consideration.
My attention has been drawn. Yes, you've drawn my attention to it. Yes. Yes, senior member, Honourable Cletus Awaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, mine is one of an appeal to you. We all appreciate the fact that the standing order is virtually the Bible of this August House. Every honourable member here ought to be conversant with the provisions of the standing orders. And the new one is a complete overhaul of the standing orders that we have. So I will crave your indulgence, if you don't mind, that given the time that we have at our disposal, and then the numbers that we have in the House now, I'm not coming under Order 40, but just to appeal to you that it is important that at least we get a larger number of honourable members to be here to appreciate the debate on the new standing orders, so that they can follow them. The Speaker, the time is far gone. Our numbers are challenged, and the standing order is very, very important, very critical for us. So if you don't mind, I would want to plead humbly that if we can take this at the time that there's population in the House, our numbers are better in the House, or it is in the morning or early part of the day where we have energy to debate it. Because there are a lot of controversial provisions in the new standing orders. So I think that with your indulgence, if we can take, even tomorrow, we can give a priority and then debate it rather than this late hour of the day. Thank you.
Minority Chief Whip.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I acknowledge what my senior colleague has said, but I'm also aware of how long we have travelled with respect of these standing orders. I am not aware that there are major controversies. Indeed, I participated in some of the meetings putting up these standing orders. Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, since you are the chairman of the committee and you are in the chair, if it pleases you, notwithstanding the comments by my colleagues, I would move the motion item number 1 on addendum paper number 2. If it pleases you, I'll move the motion on your behalf. And we can start the debate, Mr. Speaker, and see how it goes. We can start the debate today and continue tomorrow at your pleasure, Mr. Speaker.
This matter, since 2002, has followed this course. Anytime we get to the end where we have to move the motion, these issues are raised. since 2002. We've been compelled to be dealing with very opaque, unclear rules in managing this house. Rules that were couched for a parliamentary system of governance, which basically depends on majoritarianism. Now we're in a situation, and this is not the first time throughout a number of elections. If you recall 2002 elections, the numbers were very close. 2008 elections, the numbers were very close. 2012, the same, the numbers were very close. Now the numbers are equal, which meant that the country is moving away from majoritarian system to a balanced system of governance. And we are still compelled to use those rules. And it's very difficult to navigate our way. When I'm presiding, you raise those issues. Very, very difficult, if not because of my extensive reading of the literature and the practice of other houses, and also what I see Ghana trying to do. It will be difficult to manage the house. Since about 3 weeks, we've been discussing this matter, leadership and my good self. And we've been putting it off because of these same reasons. Last week, we decided that Wednesday, which is today, and Thursday, Wednesday, we start with standing orders. Thursday, we try and deal with the constitutional amendment bill and other critical bills. Last week, with the leaders, they all agreed. And that is why I said that the majority deputy whip drew my attention to the lack of the presence of even the leaders. I had to call the leaders, the majority leader and his deputy, who are not present here, as to whether we could continue with it. And I told you that the issue of agency is because we have to complete it and set up the committees to be able to handle the mid-year review and supplementary budget that will be presented this month. If you keep on postponing and postponing and we don't set up the committees, we will have that difficulty again. How sure are you that tomorrow you get the numbers that you're talking about? Usually when we start, really, the numbers are not there. It's after some time people come in. Many are interested in the private business. Immediately you go to public business, particularly bills, they usually move out. Today is one of the largest I have seen. It's only that the majority are coming from my left side. It's the right that is almost empty. That is the only challenge. But that doesn't mean we should not continue with business. If that is the issue, every day it is raised, our agenda house. Our agenda house. Please, I think that we should go on. We should go on. I think that we should go on with the motion. Yes, and those who want to contribute will contribute. Those who don't want to, yes, available support leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know how hard your committee has worked on this, on the review of our standing orders. But, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, this goes to the heart of the activities of the House. And if you look at the energy levels in the chamber, reports are now being distributed.
Oh,
yes. Reports are now being distributed.
No. This report was distributed long ago.
What is the link? Sorry, I'm not responding.
Honourable members, please, let's be clear. Do we want the motion to go on or we don't want it to go on? Because if you talk about your leader is in Indonesia. The deputy is also outside on another commitment. So as for them being present, not this week. They will not be available this week. I called them. If you want us to handle the mid-year review and the budget, then let us know. If you don't want us to handle it, let us know. I have to sit here, sacrifice for this. And that's why I came back. I have allowed my deputy to continue. But I told him when I was going there, I will return to handle this matter. If you want us to adjourn, why not? We can adjourn. Please. We can adjourn.
Mr. Speaker, I was making a point. What I was saying was that the motion can be moved, seconded, and we defer the debate maybe for tomorrow. So that we get a lot of the members to contribute.
There's no need to move the motion and defer. If we can't go on, we can't go on. I will adjourn the House.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I am very surprised because just few minutes ago,
We have agreed on this.
the respected colleagues on your right-hand side were pleading with us to allow the Deputy Minister of Education to continue the consideration of the UNESCO bill. Despite the numbers were lower than this, Mr. Speaker, all of a sudden, they have decided that we are tired. Mr. Speaker, we are not tired. The standing orders of the House is for everybody. Indeed, the other side cannot guarantee that tomorrow morning everybody will be here. Mr. Speaker, as far as we are concerned, there's consensus on these standing orders. So if it pleases you, I'll make the application. If it pleases you, I will move the motion on your behalf. And then see that the way the debate goes, Mr. Speaker. As you have said, both the majority and the deputy majority leader and the majority whip are not in the jurisdiction. So we can't wait for them. Mr. Speaker, let it be known to them. If they start this today, using these numbers, which is quite large enough to say business cannot go on, they should know that tomorrow morning, the numbers should be more than this for us to do business in this House. If they wish, let's proceed on that tangent. But Mr. Speaker, we want to proceed and take the motion.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I am so much surprised that the majority group, who should rather be interested in the business of the House, is rather trying to prevent a business being carried out. Mr. Speaker, I want to place on record that the honorable member is opening a Pandora box. Every day, we must bring it out and go in accordance with Article 102 and Article 104, as well as the decision of the Supreme Court in the case of Justice Abdullahi versus the Attorney General. I am surprised. Mr. Speaker, look at the minority group. We are here in our numbers to do business, but the majority group is less than 10 in the chamber. Are they running away from their own business? There is no controversy over the adoption of the report of the committee.
In the committee, there was no controversy.
To say
except the number of
that you are raising a constitutional issue. Mr. Speaker, I'm so much surprised.
Mr. Speaker, like I said earlier on, this is your report. We've worked on it for a long time. We are all in agreement with a review of our standing orders. We'll take the motion, take a few contributions at your pleasure, and we'll continue tomorrow with the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this very standing order has gone through a number of consultations. Mr. Speaker, throughout this Parliament, your committee has met on it, and we've met several times, including small meetings. Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware that any member from both sides is against the principles of the standing order. Mr. Speaker, the only thing we are asking for is for us to start the debate today. Yes, we recognize that some of them are not available, so we can start the debate today, and then probably tomorrow we can give some members an opportunity to also speak to it, and we can put the question. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge you to allow a member to move the motion, and then we can start the debate on the matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So we can just move.
Honourable members, a member of the committee could move the motion for us to take at least 2 contributions, then we could adjourn to tomorrow. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move that item 1 on order paper addendum 2 be taken now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder?
Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Dafiamapo, you want to start?
Mr. Speaker, that is so. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I want to present the report of the committee and acts of the table office to capture the Hansard to capture the entirety of the report from pages 1 to page 25. Mr. Speaker, that's Article 110 plus 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana provides as follows. Subject to the provisions of this Constitution, Parliament may, by standing orders, regulate its own procedure. The first Parliament of the Fourth Republic developed and adopted the standing orders of Parliament of Ghana, which regulated the proceedings of the House and its committees, as well as the privileges and immunities of the House and members until its revision in November 2000. Mr. Speaker, presently the expansion in the frontiers of democracy and good governance worldwide, coupled with changing trends in legislative practices and procedures, have necessitated a holistic revision of the current standing orders of this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, there has been increased public demand for transparency and accountability, with corresponding requirements on Parliament to improve its oversight of the executive and other constitutional bodies. Parliament, as a representative of the people, under obligation to respond to the call through the adoption of new rules to provide structural and procedural arrangements to deliver on its mandate effectively and efficiently. Mr. Speaker, in considering this work, the committee had reference to so many other documents, Mr. Speaker, including the Constitution itself, the Act of Parliament 1960, Act 300, the Interpretation Act. Mr. Speaker, in all, we considered about 17 documents and enactments in order to come out with this report. Mr. Speaker, by way of methodology, the committee consulted and constituted a technical team, a technical committee to review
the whole standing orders and prepare an initial draft which was submitted to the committee to work with. The Speaker, extensive consultations with leadership of the House, as well as several meetings with the Standing Orders Committee were also undertaken. Mr. Speaker, the committee also obtained written memoranda from former clerks to Parliament and some members of Parliament in order to apprise the committee of new procedures and other better practices from other legislations, including the United Kingdom and New Zealand. Mr. Speaker, key matters that confronted the committee to consider included the interpretation of the standing orders, some key terms of the standing orders, the role of the Speaker, which the current standing orders is a bit silent on, the order of Mr. Speaker, may I conclude by reading the recommendations, conclusion and recommendation of your committee. Mr. Speaker, the committee established that 1. The Standing Orders Committee has carefully scrutinized the current standing orders and identified inadequacies. Consequently, the committee proposes a number of provisions in the proposed standing orders to address the identified gaps in order to achieve the objectives of the House, as well as to respond to changing trends in legislative practices and procedures. The Speaker, accordingly, and pursuant to Article 110 clause 1 of the Constitution and our Standing Order 157 sub 2 of the Standing Orders, the committee recommends to the House to adopt by resolution this report, including the attached proposed orders as the rules which shall regulate the conduct of business and procedures of the House and all the committees, as well as the powers, privileges, immunities, and conduct of members and the principal functionaries of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, respectively submitted. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the motion ably moved and to say a few words. Mr. Speaker, I've seen in paragraph 5.1 the interpretation that the Speaker's powers under our old rules, which gives him the power to interpret our rules, is being checked one way or the other, if was the case, because these new rules is saying that the committee, however, noted in line 3 that the Speaker, in exercising his discretionary, shall be mindful of Article 296, which talks about the discretionary powers of any public officer. Thus, the committee proposes the adoption of a provision to that effect. This provision is expected to ensure that the Speaker's discretionary powers are consistent with the Constitution. I don't think the Speaker, in exercising his powers under the old rules, did not exercise his discretion in accordance with the Constitution. Otherwise, there would have been a lot of challenges in court. Secondly, on parliamentary questions, under paragraph 5.12, that we are asking members to be given the opportunity to ask questions of independent constitutional bodies. Mr. Speaker, we have to be mindful. I will cite one example, Article 46 on the Electoral Commission, and talks about the independence of the Commission. And here is a situation that the House is saying that we are going to expand the time for questioning to chairpersons or leaders of some of these constitutional bodies to appear before us and answer questions for about 2 hours, Mr. Speaker. I think we ought to relook at this rule because, for example, Article 46, with your kind permission, and I quote, that except as provided in this Constitution or any other law not inconsistent with the Constitution, the performance of its function, Commission, shall not be subject to the direction or control of any person or authority. And I know the NCC has such a similar provision, and I think the Media Commission too in the Constitution has a similar provision, Mr. Speaker. So we ought to also be careful as a House that we don't legislate to bring occupants of such constitutional bodies who are given cover under the Constitution to be very independent. The Speaker, apart from that, we've been in committees with you to look at some of the committees that have been proposed, the Petitions Committee, the Ethics and Standards Committee, the Ways and Means Committee, amongst others. It's novel, and we believe that it's going to enhance the capacity of members in the performance of their functions as members of Parliament to the benefit of our electorate and the country as a whole. I know that some of the committees have also been realigned in pursuant to paragraph 5.29, and those committees that have been realigned to set up new committees like Economy and Development Planning, Security and Intelligence, among others, will help this House and the country in the long run. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, honorable members, you want to continue? I thought we said after 2, we'll adjourn it tomorrow where we will continue. I can only say that the 2 points you referred to, you see, the first one, the standing orders, the existing standing orders, says that in all cases not provided for in these orders, Mr. Speaker shall make provisions as he deems fit. That language, as he deems fit, is what we thought was not one of the fair provisions on exercise of discretion in a democratic state. And so when you look at the new standing orders, they are recouched in a way that it says that he shall interpret it in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. You see, you can act in accordance with the Constitution. The second one, as you read, talks about control and direction. And the control and direction is dealing with the functions of the independent bodies. Nobody can control and direct them in the performance of their functions. That is not what the standing order is talking about. It's talking about our oversight function as a house. After you appropriated money and this is given, you are the one to be held responsible because you have given the money to a person. And so the people that we pass the laws and they are taxed, and we give the money to people, we should be able to hold them to account for the utilization of the money, not the performance of their functions. That one, we can't control them, we can't direct them. That is where the independence is held with. And so we just, as a preliminary comment, we can go on with it. Because I'm the chair, that's why I'm taking liberty to draw your attention. Well, there's a lot of discussion that went on into this. We even had to bring the draft person, former draft person, what's her name? Estelle Apia, to go through the drafting twice. So a lot of work has gone into this. I believe that it will generate a very good debate tomorrow. With this, I proceed to adjourn the House. Honorable members, the House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow at 10 in the forenoon. The House is adjourned.